And here we go. Isn't that cool? I cut the deck. And yeah, that's what we are preparing for here. The reading is called What Blockages Are Resolving. You saw that. And yeah, for that, right? That's where we want to go. So King of Pentacles, that's an energy, that's the married man. In other words, that's someone who understands the simple but powerful saying, happy wife, happy life. This is someone who would prioritize everyone's well-being. Someone who can focus time and do that on repeat, not only once, for a quick gain. And that's not at all the energy divine masculines naturally carry, right? You know that. That's why you are hanging out here totally stressed out. Because why? When you feel this deep connectedness and this true deep soul bond and the strong, caring, unconditional loving energy within them, somewhere you feel, you always felt that energy, but on the outside they were more like a player, a magician in reverse energy, and or King of Wands or Knight of Wands, right? So more that type of energy, and that's normal, totally normal in these situations, because you know they hadn't to do that. They just weren't forced by their life to do anything, actually, because they are carrying so much fire. They have this charisma, and with charisma we draw people in. So they probably are more or less in a too feminine state when you meet them, right? And used to people be drawn to them and things just magically happening because they are great manifestors. So yeah, and we have to switch poles, and the feminine energy becomes the one who kind of forces this transformation. So you, my viewers right now, probably are sitting there and saying, yes, of course, you know, of course they have to bring something to the table, and at least that's attention and a conversation about whatever, you know, character, soul, life. And it's not like, hello, let's party and hang out and have some physical fun and then I'm out again. No. This is totally stable here, and you have transformed into, obviously, the Queen of Pentacles. And the Queen of Pentacles, that's not less than the Empress. No. That's just an aspect of that, you know. And overall, we are all energies. That's just the tarot deck represents every single energy we can embody. It's archetypes, it's soul archetypes. We live, we step in, and some we like and some we don't like, right? Let's see, is there something, ooh, interesting. Okay, so this is not bad, by the way, because this is the empowered, wow, the empowered masculine. Are we having something else here? How funny is that? So, ooh, see? And here they go. They are literally planning, like they want that. But I had to take a blue candle, and that shows me it's internal, right? It's mental. It's a mental process right now. So they have kind of evolved here into their masculine. That's great. Very often you meet your masculine and they are more like a Queen of Wands, like, you know, I'm the thing here, I'm the prize. And so you're allowed to love me kind of way. But they have to step up, you know, into their Leo energy, which is the divine father energy. And this is a father figure, like the healthiest giving, you know, father figure here. So it's all good. And of course, the emperor, you know, he embodies it all. And yeah, but with what I want to say, what tarot is saying, they are stressing the aspects that are developing right now strongly. And that's why I said it's not less than the Emperor, right? That's what's developing right now, and that's great. And they want, that's mental, total, I go after that, right? And they kind of don't know how to get there right now. They are thinking about that, planning, but not really yet knowing. So everything what will come up in this reading, you would have no clue in the physical world. Oh, there's you. Hello. Love you very much. I love that. Oh, see, they want to pursue you. See, he's also peeking out here. Yes, yes, yes. And they want a fresh start. Ooh, and they are coming for of course. Because you're all that, right? All dreams. Yeah. So see, that's why. Like, that's why you're the reason for that transformation. And that's, of course, the main purpose of the journey. It's the soul growth, the transformation. That's why we chose these paths to go for it, right? And become the better version of ourselves here, the best. Ooh, yeah, and to finalize what's not. And now we look into that. I have already picked 3 decks we shall use, and you can join me in while I'm shuffling the cards out, and I will tune in into the energy of the pile while I'm doing that, and free channeling. So it's like a trailer for the reading. You might have seen that before. I do that always, so you can really choose your pile kind of in advance. So watch that, and I will also insert an image where you can just let yourself be drawn to the imagery. Okay, so see you over there, and welcome, by the way. And oh, my name is Kat. I don't think I said that at the beginning. Yeah, and I'm a medium. Obviously, I'm channeling higher light energy, and if necessary I can also tune into underworld shadowy energy. And with resolving blocks, I guess we are getting the full spectrum. And you always receive absolute the truth and nothing but the truth. Yeah, okay. Because only that is helpful, and that's my intention, to help you grow. And really, that this reading came up about resolving blocks, that's a good sign, by the way, a very good sign. And that shows me that you have grown so much, like you yourself. Okay, so great that you're here. You've done a great job, and wow, that was a reading in itself. So group 1, first we are taking a card to represent your person. There we go. Oh, 2 cards. Okay. Next we get a card how they would self-sabotage. What's that? Oh, okay. I guess I will have to take them kind of as they were falling out. So this is, I would say, some underworld subconscious energy. You know, the root always lays in the subconsciousness. And now let's see, what I wanted to ask was, I wanted to take 4 piles around here for mental, physical, emotional, and action blocks that are all dissolving, right? That are everything what we take out here, that's what's being worked through from your connection, spirit, and whatever, right? So I like it actually that they already come, you know, with a little bit of a clearer confirmation. One card only is not enough to read often. Oh, I'm not sure now, guys. That's the thing. Let me just, this really wants to come out. Yeah, this. Okay, thanks. And anything else? Yes, okay. So I kind of felt that there were two. Good. That's that. To tune in, I will look at your person, okay? Because they showed completion, it's saying. And that's 4 of Wands. Wow. So actually, yes, they want that. Ooh, and it's the Queen of Swords. Wow. So that's so interesting. And do you see how these 4 of Wands, they have this, it's like a spear, and you know, a Queen of Swords also, she obviously has a sword and can protect herself. So I feel you are very, very much protecting yourself. Like totally. For a good reason, of course, for a good reason. And this tarot deck is pretty spiritual. And he tried, you know, Heindl, it's the Heindl Tarot, he tried to combine a lot of systems. So here we see the I Ching, the book of transformation or changes. I don't know how that actually translates in English, but it's from China, right? Ancient wisdom, very good. The hexagrams. And he has some deities in here too, and yeah, so he really tried to bring in a lot. And so with this deck, I feel we are bridging a lot of lifetimes, like past lives, and we are also tuning into a very like mentally intelligent couple here, right? So it's, you have this mental connection which is very strong. I feel also with the bubble here, it's like the aura, and Queen of Swords energy, she channels, right? Mental energy. And you can literally see the sword as a mirror, what's mirroring heaven, the divine. And she draws wisdom down with that. Also with the spears, that reminds me of ancient wars times, and Vikings specifically, when before battle you would raise your weapons to the heavens, and you would make an oath, and that's what was all about, you know, the honor, and to be the man, to stand in your full honor, and to call in the gods. So this is a lot, you know, I just mentioned deities, so we do have a lot, and they might really see you as the god within you, the goddess within you. They might see that, totally. And also, what they totally feel is how protected you are from the higher realms. They feel that. So you would know if this is your group by now, right? Okay, so now let's see what group 2 is all about. I want one card for them. Oh, this, okay, thanks. Then I want for their personal blockages, like self-sabotaging behavior. Interesting. And their mental blockages that are resolving. Okay. Physical blockages that are resolving. Please. What's that? Actually, we need that right there, right? And I struggled with saying physical, but now physical? Yes, thanks. And emotionally. Okay. And you know what? I just wanted to say after this one, wow, this goes very nice, because in group 1 we had all of these bunches of cards, but here we go. Okay, to tune in, that's representing them. 8 of Wands. So they are in this intrigued, ignited state. This can be very easiest brought down to the 3D realm as spring energy. Like fullest, you know, how the whole nature reacts to the warmth and the sun, and oh yeah, now it's about growing again. It's the eternal growth, and it's also, of course, the spring feelings we have, right? The crush feelings. So this is representing their energy, and this is representing their block. So you might have known them as someone who cuts everything down and holds their ground and strategizes and retreats, and it's like no, we're not expressing how we feel. No, we think it through, we strategize, we control everything. That's their block. Their block is the mind, literally. I mean, that's it, guys. That's it. And this is also speaking about what you feel, what you sense in your body. Like you sense in there, you sense a strong physical connection. So you would have them constantly in your aura and even feel them as actually pulling on your energy, because this, especially, you know, twin flame energy, that's raw, pure life force energy, that's asexual energy, that's the twin flames are the both kundalini streams within our own body. And when we do have a twin flame activation with another person, then these streams get kicked like that, right? And so we are hanging there with these spring feelings constantly. And a lot of divine feminines are literally complaining and trying to cut cords like crazy, because we feel that as an intrusion. I want to be careful with the words I use, but we do feel that as an intrusion in our energy field, and like taking from us and overstepping boundaries, like just etherically, right? Just etherically, they are constantly in your space. And you feel them really tugging on your physical energy. But you also feel their energy, on the other hand, that's good, coming into your energy and adding, right? Adding. And yeah. So if you do resonate with twin flame energy, right? Then in group 1, I said counterparts all the time, I feel. And here, first word comes up as twin flame. I don't know. And it's this raw physical energy what we have here, right? What is predominantly disturbing, literally disturbing, okay? Disturbing you. So, and them too, and that's why they cut that down, because it's disturbing. Okay, that's the intro. the trail. See you over there if that's you. So group 3, your intro is different. So I start with underneath the deck. We do have the Empress, so you are already maybe birthing something. Wow, 10 of Cups here, angelic. Oh, I love that. And also I was taking some things away and I took it in my hand like that. So the fallout, falling out, speaking about what blockages are released, right? So here is a little kind of a preview thing here. And I was thinking, so yeah, so you might be a very creative person, or creating something, or having already kids, maybe, you know, having a family. And then also the Ace of Wands moved totally. I mean, it kind of sprang out of the deck there and was laying just next to my place to come out here for us. So yeah, and of course group 3, right, Empress. So we do have 3-3, and yeah, now let's see. Let me pick a card to represent themselves, please, like your person. A card for, okay, thanks. And a card that represents their self-sabotaging behavior, tendencies that are released. Of course, it's all about, that's quite a little bit too much, but I guess we take the first. Like, anything else from this pile? Or was it just about... Okay, this moves. Okay, this is like half moving, so I take it as kind of confirmation. Okay, just so you know, the third is not that important, but so this is an aspect of the second. But okay, and mental blocks releasing. Physical actually blocks release. Ooh, wow. They jumped over there, but they belong here. Okay. And now we take them over there. Because this is about the movement. So let me ask differently, like materialized energies blocks their surroundings, you know, like the karmic surrounding matrix, what's releasing there, and emotional. This, not sure. Yes. And a lot of not sure, right? Ooh. 111. So maybe they are sure now. Neptune himself jumping out here. So I guess we look at that to tune in. Knight of Swords. Like so on. Oh. Sweet story unfolding, right? I'm just a little page over here. And I have not, unfortunately, the book to the deck. That's so sad. I need to buy that, because this is here all about the Greek mythology. And so I don't really know who is depicted here. Maybe I can find it out. But we have to go, I guess, for today intuitively. Because, yeah, that came out. Maybe you know, right? But yeah, I'm just a little page over here. I'm just a little paw, right? And now, no, I'm Neptune. Like, this is an interesting King of Pentacles, because he comes directly out of the water, out of the emotional space. So this is interesting. And the Knight of Swords here, totally in alignment, piercing through the dark here, coming with a white horse. Death has a white horse, transformed. They come out here transformed. And they are here to win. Like they literally won their inner battle, I feel. Where here they were, oh, see, this is a little bit like parents. This is mental ants, you know, the anti-thoughts we have in our minds, like, you're too small, no, that's not for you. And now they are like, yes, that's mine, and I go for it, and I can pay for that. Bring something to the table. So this was a sneak peek over here, and if that's your reading, I see you in group 3. Bye bye. Hi group 1. Hello, I guess you're that. And I want to start now looking at the mental blocks first that are resolving, though this is intriguing, right? But let's see here first. What are we having? That's super crazy great. You know what that is? That's great. Let me tell you, that's the Ace of Swords, right? That's literally the sword we were tuning in the intro, in the trailer, and this is kind of your sword. And this is the Father of Cups in the North. The Father of Cups in the North. That's like tuning into true North emotionally and allowing in the mental, you know, this is all about resolving mental blocks. I wouldn't be astonished if you have seen a lot of 8 of Swords in readings coming up in their energy. 8 of Swords, you know, this mental entrapment, these blocks where you can't express yourself creatively, emotionally, authentically. And you being the embodiment of authenticity, you have kickstarted that process totally. And now they can be in tune. Remember what I said in the intro with this tuning into the heavens? Exactly what they are doing here. They tune into this full divine clarity. And we saw the Knight of Air, right? Opening up this reading. And the Knight of Air, literally he wields that sword, and that's someone who, with no second guessing, right? They go for it. So this is kind of no second guessing, because it's the truth, and nothing but the truth here. Their feelings. They are fully aware of their feelings now. Wow. And feelings, that's actually also, as I said, a link to our creative expression, to our self-expression, to our authentic self, right? There is a link to the sacral chakra, and yeah, that's divine, right? Sacral. And that's from where we create, where the flame is kept in that womb. And yeah, so cool. So physically now, oh, 10 of Cups, that's family. Something is dissolving there. So if they were in another commitment, then that's resolving. If you know that, or suspect that they had a toxic family of origin with a lot of influence in their mental space, that's resolving. If it's both, that's resolving, right? Karmic partners very often just prolong the stressor thing from family of origin, and they just exist, by the way, to make it visible what wasn't in alignment in childhood. Because in childhood, we literally, oh, mother, Othala, this is the rune for maternal line. Wow, so cool. And yeah, it's the moon card. Wow, I haven't, yeah, so mother and baby mama, and that energy, right? That energy where we have the mindset actually. And I love that how in Vedic astrology, they refer to the moon as the mind, not the emotional realm. And that's absolutely much more accurate, because the moon stands for the subconsciousness, for what's not conscious, but strongly influencing us. It's like our matrix, our mater X, that's created from our mother. And just imagine that in a little 3D-ish way. A kid coming home from school telling something, like anything, the mother reacts. And that's how this energy is built up, how the matrix is built up. It's not about what's actually happening in your life with all the mindset stuff, but it's about how you perceive it, right? That's what we learn in spirituality. How we perceive a situation, that defines how we see our life, that defines how we feel, and that defines how we can then act and create from that space. We literally are, to a great degree, depending on our spiritual maturity, we are totally independent from the 3D realm. Depends totally on how in tune are we with our own. And what's happening first in life, of course, is that we have the full influence of our mothers, right? Or primary caregivers, people who are surrounding us and building this shell. You can also see it, you are a seed, because with this Otala, right? Can you see that? There is another rune which is without that one. And then that's like the seed, the newborn seed. But here we see that it's one after the next, after the next. It's like you're getting burst one out of the next. And what's before you, what's around you, in the kitchen, that's kitchen energy. That's all the recipes. That's the kind of cake we bake on Sundays. And that's the way we interact with our aunties and family and whatever. And that's the way we go to sleep and we pray or not pray. And that's the way we face challenges or not face challenges. That's just all getting downloaded. And it literally comes not only from the mother, but also from the experiences of the grandmother, because that's all stored in our mother's cells. Cellular memory is real, and physical reactions, nervous system here. I'm getting some anxiety here that you kind of, I want to say killed, like you literally, because you know what I see? I see you are that. Like you are the tip of the spear. And here we have 4 spears. Angelic protection. And so for your person, you're like this angelic being, right? Totally in tune with this true blue color, with this authentic self-expression. And this goes beyond. Remember what I said with how the spears are raised to the heavens, to the deities, to the gods. And then we make our oath. So this is, they want to kind of do that. It's like they want to worship you in a way. And I guess that might have been also a toxic block. Let's see. Subconsciousness. That's interesting. So this is like Page of Pentacles, the daughter of stones in the West, and it's the Buffalo Woman, and she comes with great wisdom first and foremost. This also is a card of great wisdom, and it says success. We do have the 6 of Pentacles, right? 6 of stones, and it's, see how it's creating a safe space, like the neoliths, like the stone settings. for example, yeah, I don't know, everywhere, literally every old culture uses stones to create these specific prayer spaces, safe spaces for, again, safe space deity, for the eternal soul, self, and also for eternal values, right? With the bay leaf here, this is, yeah, success, creating success. And Buffalo Woman, she was telling that we have to use everything of the animal, if we hunt an animal, to respect it and to, you know, make use of every little thing. And they created needles out of the bones and knives out of the bones and whatnot. And of course, they used the skin to create their tents, teepees, and everything, and dried the meat for, you know, later. So it's a very practical and like make use of everything and create success. Having that as a blockage releasing, right? This would be speaking here about family of origin, mother, grandmother. This would speak about, and see, she looks a little bit sad, right? This is also, of course, how we go through bad winter times, how we go like immigrants, when you have to choose what you can take with you, and then everything, you see the world with other eyes, you see more the value in the little things. And you 1111 right now, that's crucial for your journey, value in little things. So value little things, but not in the sense of we have to cling to it and we have to constantly focus on success, but more, you know, the light sense of that, like we do not waste energy, we cultivate energy, and we create balance between heaven and earth, and left and right, and, you know, feminine, masculine, everything. And keeping the balance that keeps us safe through summertime and wintertime. That's basically what she's telling here. That's her story, her wisdom. And so I felt anxiety before, and I feel there was a lot of stress in that family here about creating success, like create stability, and like not it's like that's what created the block. Makes so much sense, right? That's what created the block for the King of Cups. He is your King of Water, right? Your person is a King of Water, so a healer, a creative person, an artist, a very, very intuitive person. But that was put down. And what was put before that was the sense of practicality. Like you have to be practical with everything, with your time and everything. And so basically they were forced into King of Pentacles energy, but more on the shadow side of that. And so they probably rejected this kind of sense of stability because they felt trapped with that mindset, right? This makes so much sense for me. So this person might have been really a runner or a player, or just, you know, casually, because he needed to feed his emotional vast empty space. And if you have that, if you cannot live your creativity and all that, then you are hungry for these good moments. So King of Cups, I just got a nice vision for that, especially to explain, you know, what was suppressed and what's coming up now. So imagine a guy having a meal in a restaurant, right? Like a date, classy restaurant date, nice meal. And that can just be, now for the example, just with friends, you know. It's not about a romantic date right now. So a King of Pentacles, they would focus on enjoying the meal, right? The meal, like the matter, the matter on the table. And also they would kind of like that they can afford that, right? And they would kind of think of doing that like every Sunday. That's kind of King of Pentacles, like, this is good. I want to have that, enjoy that, be connected with, like, enjoy that on repeat, kind of, to experience that, because they experience through sensory, right? And a King of Swords would be there enjoying the conversation and maybe enjoying the status of the restaurant too, because they like it a little bit high or exclusive or specific, like a place only they can find. Like, yeah, that would kick them a little bit. They like to feel a little bit higher than. And just because they have, or, you know, special or specific. So that's the Swords energy, because with this tuning into the higher realms, this would, in the sense of a restaurant, this would mean they are the insiders, right? They know. They know. While the King of Pentacles, he would go by recommendation and just by the taste, then how the food is really tasty for him or not. But the King of Swords, he would be drawn to, yeah, what's the coolest, right? What's the coolest? What's the smartest place to go to? And a King of Wands, he would just enjoy the action, like the adventure of going somewhere and being there and not hanging at home, right? Stuck on the couch. So they would enjoy it anyway and kind of not filtering it too much and just enjoying the present moment, right? So, and a King of Cups, on the other hand, is tuned in deeply into the whole emotional setting. So they soak it all in. They can be overindulgent, yes, also with food and drinking, but it's really not about the food itself. It's about the memory creation. A little bit like the ghosts in Harry Potter at Halloween. They soak in the rotten fish just to remember it. It's like, that's why they overeat and overdrink sometimes. It's not because of the food, but it's because they want to have and store these memories. And so what they do, they really tune in from a soul, you know, in the depth, like emotional depth, and they enjoy the connectedness of the experience. And they connect on a very deep level with the location, with the people around them, and it creates literally an aura of an experience. And this aura they can take with them and tune in later, kind of also. So, and they can kind of lose themselves in that aura, because, you know, water is all around us and connects us, right? And that's why empaths are even empaths, because they connect with what's around them so deeply. And having this kind of upbringing where it's like, no, 10 of Cups, and this is the perfect 10 of Cups, right? To totally dive in deeply on a soul level in every moment. This is how 10 of Cups are created, this overflow of an emotional experience. And it's a creation in itself. It's an art form to create a party, a meal like that, where everyone can tune in and feel like 10 of Cups. That's literally an art form. And That's why we do have so many, I don't know, restaurant testers and travel blogs and all that. That's all sometimes it's King of Swords energy, like what's the best, what's the best? But if you really have a good blog, that's a King of Cups energy, where it's like, I want to, you know, dive all in this experience. And yeah, but they had, see, this is like a funnel here, how it's kind of degraded into, no, it's not 10 of Cups over here, but it's 6 of Pentacles. So, and this looks like a table setting, right? Everyone has his plate, same amount on it. Here's our little success, 1 leaf, 1 pot. This would be like family evening where we have, 6 right now, where we have this 1 pot food, right? A soup or whatever. There are a lot of, yeah, like chili or whatever, chili con carne or whatever it is, where it's this one merged meal and then everyone gets from that. Whilst the King of Cup would rather enjoy this buffet kind of decorated and slow food, right? Because it's all about all the little connecting threads there. But here it's very based on practicality and not overloading and not over celebrating, but just make use of everything we have. And yeah, the leftovers come in this 1 pot and then we cook a soup. Of course we do that, because we do not waste our food, right? And so, and now another image, King of Cups. This is really the artistic person. And you know how we do have all these romanticized visions of artists, how they live, where the houses may be a little bit shabby, for sure it is, right? But it's kind of everything creative and nice, and they enjoy that. And there are other people often, because it's with roommates or whatever. And or they go, you know, with little money on a specific journey to specific places, because they want to connect with the energy. It's, yeah, and they are there for the art, right? And for the experience, for the creation, and not for the perfection. And this is what we romanticize, because this is the authentic self really choosing what they want. And of course, when you have a family to feed, you must be, you know, I'm not blaming anyone here. This is just based off a necessity here in this family line. Okay, so here was the focus very much on, and this might be tracking back to ancestry, right, with the author rune here. So it's it's stored there. It's the stored wisdom, like this is how we do it to keep everyone safe and to bring ourselves through the winter. I see the 6 of Pentacles right now very much this balancing the seasons of we have something and we have nothing. And we can balance that with creating, you know, and cooking our jam and putting our cucumbers, you know, in vinegar for the winter and all that. Yeah, creating all these nice things. Yeah, but they are, internally, they are the King of Cups, and they would have needed more food for that, you know, like this buffet where you can pick and choose, and where you just sit for hours and talk with people about the exhibition you just went to or whatever, or what you are doing and what you're up to. And so because there was that lack, they were very much in this freedom seeking and tuned into events and actions, you know, with friends and going here and there, and also traveling. I'm getting traveling, like very wanting to soak it all in and totally fearing commitment, because they kind of thought commitment is like a prison place where you then can never move, and you every day you have to eat from the same pot, the same meal, kind of, you know, I'm exaggerating, but that's the energy. It's like a little bit of this with the moon, and it's a little bit downward directed, the energy. Can you see that, how it goes all it goes down the wave? But what the King of Cups needs to not get depressive, actually, they need this kick energy. They need the sword, actually, the mental stimulation to get the emotions going. So you did that, you helped them. That's beautiful. And this is why they have evolved now here, or are evolving from this, you know, Page of Cups. I'm just here to enjoy the love for the play, you know, I want to play with the energy for the sake of love, for the sake of playing with love, for the sake of experiencing that. And now they are evolving into this devoted lover who can actually hold 10 of Cups energy in their auric field, because this is not something that comes from outside. This is something we carry in our aura, right? As I said, every card is an archetype, and it's not that this is external and only the persona cards are persons. No, no, no. You can carry that energy in your field. You can also carry that energy in your field, and always creating balance. And that is, of course, also beautiful energy. So don't get me wrong, but in the sense, for them, that was kind of a little bit caging them in too much, right? So now this is emotional. Oh, it came out in reverse. The Magician. Wow. They are, wow, that's so cool. That's cool. They are able to hold their own emotions now. And because, you know, King of Cups, this is empathic, influenced by their mother, they have separated from that very influence. I can tell you that. Wow. And this is why we only need one card here to even stress that it's the one, the one, the one, the one. They can go on their own now. They have matured enough. No matter how old they are, you know, people can be 60 and still a son at heart and not grown up. And these day and age, there's no template for the transformation from boy to manhood. It's just not there in this world. We have to recreate that. Absolutely. And yeah. So there is a lot of unhealthy dependency creation from mothers to sons, prolonged, because sons kind of step in the space where a healthy partner should be very often, just on an emotional level, you know, and this is enmeshment, family enmeshment, which is just happening and not really being discussed, but it is like that. And, you know, puberty, that's normal. We talk about that very often, like, ooh, you know, that's bad. No, that's not bad. That's the initiation from boyhood into manhood, or from girlhood into womanhood, where we really grow our own, you know, our own aura. And from age 14, we should develop our own. This is where our own mind is fully able to, yeah, just think and create our own, you know, values. And that's important then. And this very often does not happen, because most parents are like, as long as you put your feet under my table, you have to do what I say. And that's stupid parenting, actually. We have to kind of create as we had with the spears here, right, we have to create this. This is like a moral codex, and everyone in the family kind of bows down to that codex. Like, we are fair, everyone gets what he needs, whatever it is, right? We treat each other like this and that, and we try to extend that to the world, like keep our surroundings, friend circles and all that kind of in order based on our morals. And if you haven't managed to teach your morals, to transmit that to your children age 14, I mean, then you're too late, right? If you can't trust your children with their own discernment, if they haven't built discernment with 14, then they are lost for the next years, 444 right now. And we do have then these totally immature adult people who are running around not knowing what to do, looking for orientation, bowing down to whatever force they kind of get something from. Ew, and that was a little toxic discourse here in what was happening in their life, right? So if you are like in this, if you aren't the sun, the magician, the main character person, but if you are just mirroring surroundings, and then of course, you know, you are manipulated and you kind of do people pleasing because you want something. That's totally normal. And it's a life project actually to create your own, and this should be encouraged by parents instead of diminished and pushed down and denied, right? So yeah, life, doing. Oh, Four of Swords, non-action, preparing, and wow, that's nice. That's the Force. And I had to cover her. She is wearing her Eva dress, right? Taming a snake here, very wonderfully, Kundalini hint. So taming the snake, this is ancient, this is wisdom, this is earth wisdom, this is wonderful, wonderful, deep, and this is you, of course. This is you. This is you alluring them. See with the snake, how the snakes dance to the music. You are kind of alluring them into this life experience. And this is called a moment of stillness, of calm, actually, calm. And you know, that's typically the calm before battle, Four of Swords. That's the warrior resting before he steps up. And so your person was, I guess, in a prolonged state of rest, deep inner rest. And you know, depression, that's deep rest. I want to say that because I mentioned that before. And with that energy, right? And King of Cups, they are very sensitive to surrounding energies. That's the problem with the cups, right? Water gets tainted very easily. Sword energy, mental energy, that's a little bit more quick to move. Of course, you know, there are a lot of mental blocks also, like mindsets, literally, that can interfere with the mind, but I feel it's, yeah, actually, I guess it's not true. It's for everyone. It's difficult, and everyone can be influenced a lot, but specifically, depression comes for watery people easily, right? And this just means they need a deep rest from all what they had carried with them. And with carrying, I mean the auric field, you can see it like a fishing net, and you pick up on everything the whole day. When you are so deep and so sensitive, what we explained in this restaurant setting, how they can pick up on all these deep things. And yes, you know, we do that in the normal world, just on our way to school and back. Not even sitting in the classroom, we already pick up so much, right? And or to work or whatever, where we go, and then interacting with people, then we pick up so much what's going on beneath the surface and carrying that all around. So yeah, needs to be a lot of rest. Now let's see what self-sabotaging behavior is worked out. That's cool. Interesting. 8 of Wands. Oh, 2 of Cups. Oh, 3 of Wands. I have to think about that a lot, I guess. So 3 of Wands here comes with centered force or power. And 10-10 right now. Selfishness, right? Selfishness, only thinking for what's good for them. Yes. And our King of Wands here, yes, 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 right? Always wanting a nice mirrored experience. Like longing for that, constantly needing that, because that's kind of their fuel, right? A good experience. Like falling in love. And this can speak about Cupid's arrows, about this, you know, this just immediate little, you pass by a stranger and they kind of look nice, right? And you feel into the aura and it's like, oh, like you, right? I like you. And so, and when you are in this state of not really connected with your own deep feelings, but more in this depressed sense, then of course this would kick you a little bit higher, see? And now we have that here. And I said that because everything was dragging them down in the home, like these settle, 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 we have to settle, we have to settle, we have to settle. And so they were, I feel, constantly a little bit on the lookout subconsciously, from a soul level actually, to get higher, to get out of that. And that might have even been like how they survived, you know. So don't blame them too much, right? It's actually better to be around people sometimes than to just bury yourself at home. So this is, I mean, of course, I can see some toxicity here, right, with the centered power. But now they are evolving into a true magician, right, who can really create and hold their own emotions. And I feel before they needed someone to mirror, to mirror this. Wow, they needed other people. That's interesting. They needed other people, like added to their experience, to get into this high, you know, inspired mode. Huh. Yeah. So this is kind of Knight of Cups, Page of Cups energy, you know, immature, coming from a selfish place here, needing the good experiences. This can speak about dopamine also. It's crush energy, because it's, of course, it's also, you know, the deep spiritual ignition, the full force you hit them with. Yes, yes, yes. And so you would logically, you would override this pattern totally, okay? But in the more shadowy sense here, it's really, it can be this dopamine loop, and it can just be the immaturity of discernment there. Like the moment they feel good, right? It's like, oh, I feel good, so that means I'm in love. So kind of totally mistaking these, like this gives me good sensations in my physical body, right? I feel ignited. And then that's why, right? I want to, yeah, cherish the moment. So it's a little bit hunting the moment energy also with that. It's like we hunt that. I do want to get this, but also let me first go a little bit deeper on what might be here in the sense of depression, or more like more the reasons here. Oh, okay, do you really want me? Why? Okay, okay, okay. So a block they had was that they weren't believing that. Now I get that, okay. So that's the main block here. You saw in me what I didn't even know myself. Okay, that's nice. That's nice. So that's the main thing here, right? That's the main thing. Huh. How interesting. They weren't really sure enough of themselves, right? And so now we are there, you know, where this is coming from you, this infinite, through the infinite bond, you know, the fire, the light streams in there and gets mirrored within them, and then that kind of got them centered. So that's the positive. The light message here, right? That's nice. That's nice. And they had to, you know, think that through for themselves here. So fourth thoughts, and really rest and let all that sink in, you know, in the center, find their center. Can we get one of these for what was, okay, falling down? So this is really, ooh, I think you know more about everything than I do. That's good, because that's for the moon I asked here specifically. So you overrode their internal system, because you are the moon now. You are the strength and the moon. And you know what? These two cards, they are so much elevated Empress. This is deep, raw, divine feminine energy, right? A cosmic divine feminine energy. And strength, strength card, that's totally our, how we are connected with all that is, with all forms of life, and speaks about the inner circle also. So totally feminine energy is connected to the left hand, and how, yeah, and by the way, you can put your left hand on your heart. That's a super powerful position to connect with yourself. And to, what is that for right now? I'm not sure why you need to do that, but I guess it will come up later. But yeah, so you kind of shall do that. But I'm getting another card here right now. So, nice. You're the sexiest thing I ever saw. Really. My body is vibrating high just from looking at you. Ha! So that was that block. That's why they couldn't move. Because when you are laying there, oh, vibrating, you cannot go, right? You would not be able to sit somewhere and even talk. Okay, we have another one saying, I love you, I want you, I need you. That's scary as yeah, because it's the whole thing, right? Especially with the I need you. And they are aware of that, how deeply emotionally they need your presence. They need the connectedness. They need the connection. They need that. And they are so maturing here. I love to see that. Can we... So this is for the magician. Now I get it. Okay. So what is actually maturing here? Okay. So the mice that were stealing the harvest, we are stepping over them. So this is a good card. This is harvest, right? This is getting our success, getting our earned success, and that sprang on you, right? Totally. So you are kind of their prize, their destiny, their fated blessing, right? This is literally, it does not look nice, but it's just because it's harvest comes with a little bit of work, right? to get the corns out of the plants there. And that was also a shared work thing. So this card also speaks about really putting in the effort and doing it in a group context. That's nice. And yeah, the mice, that's also of course the fears, right? Totally, with the moon and all that here, scary as F, yes, that's kind of the fears, like I can't get that, right? Because that's so alluring and so wonderful, and that's you, I'm sorry. I didn't want to objectify you. And you know, you might have felt like they are objectifying you, but just because they kind of iconized you, like you're the icon, you're the idol, you're all that, right? So magician, what are you emotionally... What is that? What's emotionally... That's it? From that deck? Okay. Okay. New ways. Yes, yes, yes. New ways of going, doing, and they are literally forging a pathway to go there. And you know what? In this deck, I have two decks mixed in, and whenever the iconic paintings come out, that speaks about past life energy. So this is the connecting thread here, the connecting path, because you've done that before, you've been together before, it's kind of familiar, there is already a path. That's an old path that's already there, so they could find that, right? They could find that path through the darkness. Wow, that's beautiful. I like that. So your energy, this is not a 3D path. This is your energy. Them sensing your energy. See, just with this is the path. There we go. There you go. This is the path. And I said that in the beginning, this was exactly what they needed, to be kicked like upward, like go do, yes, work, yes, do the hard work, yes, because the hard work brings you the freaking harvest, right? And the mice only can steal a corn here or there, but that's, yeah, that's not it, right? That's not it. To live off the leftovers. Oh, this has a lot to do with living off the leftovers and not be able to choose for yourself. And you know, the Four of Swords card here, that's a practical block removing, right, itself. And this is also the bedroom card. So they might have just be content laying in bed thinking of you doing things to be ignited, right? And like that was enough for a long time. And I guess maybe now they think, well, actually I should go up and give it a try here, you know, and go. This is clearly, we now go. This is great. So crazy fears are resolving. I love that. Oh, okay, the angels want to say something. I said crazy fears are resolving, and then I was drawn to that deck. Yeah. That's nice. I wanted to look it up if I can have a best translation, kind of something better than serenity, because you know in German we have a lot of words that are composed from, you know, parts, and it has to do with surrender. I feel like I leave it, you know, I can just leave it as it is. That's what that's saying, like literally translated. I can leave it as it is. I can let it be, right? So this would be like be at ease. And though this word would translate into serenity, maybe, you know, composure, equanimity, they say, poise, yes, but also, yeah, ease, tranquility, and dispassionateness. Yeah. Serenity is most used, I guess. But just so you know, it's about letting the things be as they are. And this goes so well with them letting themselves be as they are, right? With this authentic, this is why I had to look that up, because we totally bridged the whole reading now. Letting it be as it is and allowing themselves to feel what they feel. And yeah, that's beautiful. So let me see, how can you embrace the shift best? Let me first get a nice love message, because I guess you're in a good place, right? And probably not too angry at them. Love makes the difference. Love helps heal past hurts, and provides a sense of security and self-worth. So what I feel with that actually is that your love has healed their past hurts. I want to kind of place it right here. Love makes the difference. Love helps heal past hurts. 1441 right now, beautiful. And provides a sense of security and self-worth. And that's what water energy does, right? We provide 10 of Cups, which means everyone feels welcomed. That's a skill set, literally. And I spoke about that with a practitioner of mine the other day. And with the parent, when we had this a meeting about, you know, what's the job when we prepare a workshop or something, an artistic workshop, then yeah, we have to create the space so that everyone feels immediately welcomed. And that's Cups energy. That's also an artistic skill, literally. And this creates safety, way more safety than, okay, you know, we are sitting here, we are having this one pot, and we don't even know if it's enough, right? What creates a lot of safety also in terms of food, I want to mention that real quick. I don't know why, but it seems to be relevant for some reason here, that you have things in stock. So not go shopping when it's empty, you know, when the cup is empty, but shop ahead so that when something is empty, maybe the olive oil is empty, then you can just open the cupboard and take the new bottle out there. That's healthy handling of, you know, creating a wonderful stable matrix. You have to buy it anyway, right? At some point. So you can do that in advance, because this creates this healthy space. And same with love, you know, refuel yourself, rejoice within your energy, and not only, you know, go rest when you are totally burnt out and empty and depressed and you need the deep rest, but rest, like schedule rest, schedule fuel, schedule emotional fuel, fueling yourself. Ooh, I feel called out, shamed in this energy right now. You know, this is not me, this is totally belongs to the reading. Ooh, so someone here has the tendency to totally burn themselves out. I'm not sure if this is just your person or you too, but this is important. And when you are so burnt out, that was the energy, like the shadow I was tuning in earlier, you know, when you are so burnt out, you need to rely on good moments outside, and then you would jump on that, right? Like hanging on a train, and the train then gets you a little bit higher again. And that happens all the time outside in the world. This is why we have to retreat. Wow, they didn't want to speak about that one. And we actually, you know, have to rejoice in our own energy and build up our own values here. This is the healthy thing we need to do. Can we get, please, another card for that crazy energy I was just channeling? Yeah. It's like, we have to tend to our disappointments and really take time out for that, and not only focus on the good. That's so classically wrong told these days. Like, oh, don't cry, go rather smile and go out again. Put a smile on your face, like a false smile. Go out, like wear the social mask. That's a crazy block here. Wear the social mask and go get you a nice looking mirror, right? And then you look in the nice mirror and then you feel better. That's literally what we tell people as how you can feel better. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that so ridiculously crazy if you put it like that? Like, ignore your feelings, hide them, put a fake smile on, get a fake smile back, because they are in the same situation, right? Get a fake smile back, and then you fake smiling at each other a little bit, kicking you higher, and then, yeah, it falls all apart because there is no freaking foundation, because cups are empty. And they just both lift off the moment, and that's casual dating in a nutshell. Wow. Crazy channeling. I love that. So instead, yes, we have to process. And, you know, shuffle the dirt out there and clean the cups and all that. Yeah. I mean, in my youth, you know, I was sailing, and we had, of course, a lot of parties then in the halls where the boats were during the winter time, you know, to go through the winter, to go through the hard times. We created our own parties then during the winter time. And I, like, very early in my life, I understood that the good people, you know, the good people are those who come to prepare the party, and it's the same people who meet up the next day before noon when everyone else is sleeping, maybe, and clean, wash the cups, right? Clean the cups and put them back as a respect for the elder generation, because they want to sit there and have their coffee in the afternoon in the same, you know, club room. And so that was how I actually met friends and made friends with people, not during the party, but during the preparation phase, because there you could see on whom could you rely, and after the party, on whom could you really rely, right? Really. So that was kind of a natural, like a filter system. And of course, also, you know, when you do the cup cleansing, you are also conversing about everything what had happened. So it's kind of the best part of the party when you get to know all the stories, 717 right now. And you share that, you share the experience and what you have observed and what really had happened, you know, and all the jazz from the party, right? And yeah, so, and this is how we actually do that. We process the trauma. This is also, it can be a very nice shared event to process things that had happened. And we must not focus on, oh, that's heavy work and it's not fun and I don't want to do that. Yes, freaking do that. Freaking clean your cups, pour the poison out and then just clean them. And you know, I taught that my kids from a very early age, like primary school age. We spent time in the kitchen, baking cakes and washing the things. And I feel, for some reason, I need to speak a lot about the kitchen stuff. And so I feel there is a totally missing piece here. And it was like everything was put on the table, and it wasn't much, right? But it was kind of set already. Maybe it's also a rigid upbringing kind of paradigm here, or being the whole day in kindergarten and not even in real contact, you know, with, and kitchen, that's really the energy where we heal emotionally a lot. That's where we, you know, talk to our mothers and do that. And yeah. And I literally created break days with my kids where we just would go through our things and prepare, you know, bake cakes for the other day and do this deep cleaning. And that was so much fun, you know. They kind of sitting on the couch then playing island while I was, you know, wet cleaning the floor or whatever. And it's so much fun to do all this cleaning work. And then you relax, and when you relax, and there is time, because no schedule, you need these full days with no schedule, no appointments, and then things can come up naturally. You must not book this one therapy session and then clocking, right? And 1 hour, you cannot even relax. You're sitting in front of a stranger. Maybe you do have social anxiety. And so it takes kind of a few months until you even can fully open up. And that's then called a big breakthrough. Well, yes, it is. And I mean, I'm not saying therapy is a bad thing. So, of course, you know. But we need then, of course, the time until we can open up. And then for everyone who goes to therapy, it's so sad, because when they really are in the storytelling and opened up, then time's up, right? So this is really not enough. We cannot replace these healthy spaces at home with entertainment or outsource everything. We have to, you know, live healthy at home and include both, you know, the use of the cup as well as the cleaning of the cup. And if you are dealing with an empath, this is so important to not, that they are not constantly in this, you know, letting that lay there and getting up and go. So I'm not sure. Now I get one for you, I feel. Like who as an advice. Yeah, there we go. Your advice right here. And two other cards want to come out for whatever reason. Okay. Wow, that's beautiful. So they want this fresh start with you, and they want to give. Give. And that's you. Wow, that's amazing, beautiful. And so you have to stand in your full worth, right? Just be you, stand in your energy, enjoy. This is about spending time, money, and energy on yourself, creating as much lazy time, gentle time, where you can do whatever you like, creating things and caring for your home. Of course, everything I just said, like have everything in best order, right? Including your wardrobe. This is very much about you celebrating you. And they celebrate that too. Yeah. They understand that. That you're all that, right? Wow. That's so cool. And they recognize, you know, see, this is totally stressing that here. They have this recognition, like mental clarity. This is not subconscious knowing somehow I feel. No, this is I'm fully aware. You are my counterpart. Like you are absolutely my match. And because you are my match, I pursue you. And this is also the pre-empress, because this is the girl who is not married yet, right? But we want to get her and make her the Queen of Pentacles. This is speaking about, yes, I'm pursuing you. Wow, see? And here we overcome the fears here. I love you, that's saying. I love you. Really want me? Do you really want me? Really? Really? Inner child ignition, like divine masculine bursting. I love that reading. So you have your guidance. You stay. Imagine that as a sacred space, right? It's like a chamber, the bridal chamber, I want to say, where you are, and you, no matter your gender, of course, and where you get prepared. Where back in the day, people would, you know, do all the stitching and create their household stuff. So prepare for the future, like physically tangible things. For your best life, actually. Like, what do you really like? What do you want to have? And it must not be, you know, costly or whatever. You must not throw away your whole wardrobe and buy everything new. But you can really, please, get rid of everything from old and yesterday. You know, the day before yesterday, and maybe the year before 7 years ago, right? Like, really tune into future energy here and make it all shiny. I would put away everything what is not shiny. you know, this is just cleansing the auric field, cleansing your aura. So every cup which has a little broken piece, put it away. Every item which is connected with a not so happy memory, put it away. Check if there are links to, you know, to times when you are not happy. And surround yourself with everything that creates stability, what I explained with the olive oil, like stability, and yeah, so that you can draw from your energy and have access to stable joy. And emotional people need, actually, so the romantic vision of the starving artist, that's not healthy. You know, the more creative you are, the more of the stability you really actually, it suits you, it helps you, it supports you, it's good. It's good if you have that. And they want to build that, but only because you already exude that energy. It's never like something is coming from outside, what is missing, but it's always, it's a mirrored experience. So when you exude the energy of, yes, I'm fully giving to myself, with that energy, you allow them to also fully give to you. Okay? So it's so important to not now like lay back and think, oh yeah, let them do. Because I feel, you know, I'm rather stepping into my emotional self only and let them do. Because they are the man or whatever. No, no, no. You do you. You are independent because you are surrounded with your best energy. And you can rely on yourself. You have the storage here. If these go empty, you have enough over there, right? So it's this kind of energy. And like schedule rest and all that so that your nervous system is perfectly calm. It's all about serenity here. Let it be, right? And you exuding that energy, like, let it be. I have surrendered. I'm here over in my life and I'm not even waiting. But that's why they are coming. You have heard that before, I guess. The moment when you are not waiting anymore, the energy turns and shifts, and then they are coming. And there is still that blockage. We saw that Four of Swords, them kind of laying, and really, do you really want? But yeah, they are getting their strength together, right? Really, they are getting their strength together. This is what's happening, okay? Behind the scenes, beyond the veil. And now you know, and so you can focus even more happily and joyously on your own life and think about really, I don't know, listen to subliminals about best life manifestation and all these good things, right? Like, what do I want? Create your vision boards and do nice things. It's also about scheduling. Schedule dates with yourself, I want to say, because this is literally about the pursuit. Like, schedule a date or go with a friend, you know, in a restaurant. We had that and have that experience. And create time and space where you would date, because when they come in, you have to be also ready and have, you know, this time scheduled for yourself only, so that it's not this overwhelming merging experience where all of a sudden you go all in. No, no, no. No, 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 you're freaking busy with yourself. You have maybe, because this is a very, very healthy energy for masculines to be in, and this must be prolonged. The pursuit must be prolonged so that they really invest, because love is built in masculine energy through what they can measure, what they did for you. So if you're just there and available, they do nothing and they don't value you. Okay, So they must invest like regularly, like writing. And then you are like, nice idea, but I'm already busy that day. And then you don't write like, yeah, but you know, I'm happy, I like blah, blah, blah. No, just, I'm already busy that day, I'm not available, sorry, but the idea was nice. And then let them freaking sit there again and think, and so that they then come up maybe at some point with a very smart question like, okay, so can you tell me, when would it be convenient for you, maybe? That would be smart, right? Or they can suggest something else and ask you directly, when would it be convenient for you? Because we want them to be fully in this caring energy where they are not only, you know, self-centered. So we totally want to tune out of any unhealthy self-centeredness here and totally tune into the harmonious togetherness where it's always like, okay, I would like to do that. What about you? And, you know, their question should be, would you enjoy doing that? I would like to see you. I would like to meet you. What would you enjoy doing? What would you think about that right now? Like, what would you enjoy doing? Because they think about that. What could I possibly do? So if you have something prepared in your mind, maybe they can pick up on that, right? You do have that direct line here. See, here. They want to, they want you to think about that so that they can pick up at that at night, right? That's cool. You can even, you know, take your notes out and write it down. Like, I will go on that event and date and this and that, and create a story in your mind. Like, create this timeline where they pick you up and how nice they are and how much they, and maybe they need to, you know, say sorry or something. And then the approach would be, you know, I really would like to meet you and speak with you in person because I really want to speak with you. And so maybe they cannot come in if you have history, right? Like, oh, let's meet. But they have to really speak with you. Oh, there was the other card. We forgot that. Ooh. Wow, that's so cool. Look to your inner strength. You are stronger than you realize. Wow, that's you over here. And then I want to put it in the middle. Over the fears here. Because the strength is right here, right? Underneath you already. So this is kind of the connecting energy. So you have to stay totally aligned with your strength, like with all that you are, like not a single, like do not cut a single edge here, right? Be edgy as you are. And you know, I did workshops a lot earlier, and when I started so with meditation, and I had a lot of things always with me, and especially I like to have a bucket with stones, and so that everyone could pick a stone, you know, to connect with. And most feminine energies, woman, I want to say, would pick nice little round stones with no edges, no corners, no friction, just nice round, washed down from the sea like a pebble, right? Like this here. Totally Queen of Cups energy. One of these nice little, can we see? Yeah, one of these. So they would pick this nice little green because the color is so specifically nice, right? And I, of course, picked last, and I realized very quickly that in every setting, the most crazy stone was fortunately left. 333, and that was mine. And it was mostly, you know, a piece of a firestone and totally looking like stretched wings or whatever. Right now I only have this one here, but yeah, I would pick this one. It looks like a heart, but it has some scars and some friction, and it's been through something, right? But it's still who it is. It's still edgy, and I like that when we build our own structure in a way, right? And I want to give you that here. I want to place that stone to all the little sweet stones, because that's your history. You do have history, and maybe there is some hurt, and it's authentic self-expression and acknowledging self that does not come with putting on a fake smile and now it's all good because now we play, we are in union. No, we cannot play, we are in union, right? Union is an inner process. It's the inner alignment within ourselves. It has actually nothing to do with the outer world, but this is an important state right now. If there is something to grieve, yes, grieve that. Empty the cups, wash the cups, but also when you talk with them through that, yeah, I mean, you can talk with that in a nice, lighthearted way. So like, we have to, you know, clean our cups so that we can put wishes in it now, maybe, I don't know. But you have to, you know, stay true to. This looks for me like this is the rune, now it's the rune Naudis. And this is when matter is cut down to then grow stronger, right? So if you had a timeline which wasn't unfolding, then, you know, that was cut down, this piece of real life wasn't unfolding, wasn't happening, and that made you that strong, actually. And you have to acknowledge that, and you can be proud of that. Like, be proud of your freaking journey. And the journey made the two of you stronger, right? And then we can turn it around, and then we do have 𝙗𝙧𝙬𝙧 here, which is about you receive a gift. A gift, like 6 of stones gift, a gift just being there, 616 right now. How beautiful, yes. And 𝙗𝙧, you know, 𝙗𝙧 speaks also about generosity and having, you know, the cup is so full. And then we can heal that also, what was cut away. You know, we can, like a starfish, we can regrow that. And they bring the matter here, right? They have to bring time, energy, effort, pick you up, pay the meal, do the thing, prepare, write all the messages, like when it's the right time for you, blah, blah, blah. And in this very nice, caring way, of course, right? That's how we pursue someone who we have already perceived as valuable. But the real value within themselves needs time to grow, and this only grows, like, they cannot tune in a way directly into their feelings as feminine energies do. They are not that connected with their sacral, and so it goes with men really through the outer world, through what I did, you know. That's why also a lot of men, actually, they do have problems with getting divorced, even if they don't feel happy, because they have invested so much and they hang there, you know, in that what they have given and done and built, because that's kind of materialized love of themselves, energy of themselves. See what I mean? So, and we have to build that up when we meet and greet and get to know each other. We really have to fill these cups with all these experiences and go out there, you know, do the things and bring the experience home. And then you have to, you know, let them sit with the memory and let them sit with the longing a little bit. This is just normal dating. Dating is not we meet and tomorrow we marry. That's in the movies, and that's wrong. That's not how it is, okay? It's like planting a seed, and they have to do all the things. They are planting a little seed, and then you allow them. Yes, I allow you to take me out this Sunday, 15, 3 p.m. I have time there, like 2 hours. And then, but I have to get home early because Monday, I have to do a lot of things. So that's kind of a time I have for you. And I never would go out on dates in the evening if I meet a new guy, because that's kind of too close to bedtime, right? That's not a good thing to do, because we don't want to go there. So I don't know why I'm sounding like a dating coach right now, but maybe that's necessary. I also told you how to treat your kitchen. Now I'm telling you how to date. I'm sorry, but I'm channeling that. So yeah, take it or leave it as you wish. It's all up to you. That's just what came through, what kind of wanted to be said, right? It just, yeah. And after all, I just follow orders here. I mean, I'm channeling. So now I want to leave it there, really. And I wish you all the best. And you have to leave me a like, I guess, if you're still here, and subscribe, so that we are balancing out here, because energy is real, right? And if you have soaked in all the energy of the reading, then it's the least you can do to leave a like. Actually, I myself, I always like a video even when I open it, so that I won't forget later. And that's just, for me, it's the access to the information. For me, it's important to have that, like, I open my energy up to receive. That's how I do it. This is my, this is also, how we would start a conversation. We would say, hi, welcome, I'm here, you're here, nice to meet you. So now we start. So I handle videos just as I would handle real life, and not as an artificial stream or something. And I don't understand, especially if people treat spiritual or high-value content like trash. So I expect you, 11:44 right now, I expect you absolutely being aware of these things and leaving your valuable like, right? To acknowledge the value I brought to you, hopefully. I did that. And if you're still here, I guess I did, somehow. And so, yeah, I'm content with that. And I hope I will read for you again, by the way, because I do want to see this story unfolding totally. So if you subscribe, then I guess this energy will come through later strongly, This is just how energy works. And I'm tuning into specific collectives, and if they choose, to stay in the energy, then I read the energy again. And if not, then it goes away to someone else, where you get your messages then, and I'm getting another stream. So let's see what you choose to do, and if we meet again. And of course, I would love to hear your story in the comments. That's just a great gift for the reader if you have the time to do that. That would be very, very nice and kind. I would love that. I appreciate you very much. And I send you, I don't know, what do I send you? Love? You have that already, right? Strength. Yeah. Oh, we are sending strength. Ooh. So I send you so much strength right here. Strength for the Queen of Cups. And for your person. And for your situation. And I leave you with my best wishes. Bye-bye. So, Group 2, Divine Feminines. I already felt I'm tuning into Divine Feminines because I had the break between Group 1, reading for Group 1 and you, and I felt like, oh, I need to go in the kitchen and work with water and clear everything up. And then I wanted to also do some measurement for, I'm planning to build in a new kitchen because, you know, I have recently moved, and yeah, and so I felt so divine feminine, right? So much just being one with my surroundings. That's also this Tauran energy where we really merge with our field, with our surroundings. And that's what divine feminines kind of do. We are the womb in a way, right? And we hold that space. And for the world, like the cosmic womb, where then the light grows in. That's the energy here. Like, yeah. I mean, in every group, of course, we do speak about divine feminines and masculines, but even you with the number 2, I feel there is a specific thing here. I don't know. Maybe there is even a gender thing where you're like, no, I'm the feminine, right? Though I'm not looking like, but I'm the feminine energy. Maybe that's a thing. Don't know. Never got that so much, but I want to kind of look. Why am I talking like that? Like, what's the gist here? Virgo. Very devoted. Nice. South Node. That's right here, right? The stress. Oh, and 11 here in the roses. Yes, of course. Like, you're connected in the heavens. 11th house, that's soul family. That's our soul connections. And this is priestess energy, like devotion, daily devotion. So this is right here in the root area. And you know, this explains my going in the kitchen and doing the daily devotion, because that's love, right? That's expressed love, daily devotion, to create the space for life to be in even. That's divine feminine daily devotion, totally undervalued and overlooked. So what block in the mind? That's interesting, because we do have this strong emphasis on the mental blockage here coming from the South Node. So that's father energy, I feel, like rigid father. Wow, we had the mother. Oh, interesting. Yes, we saw that, right? Peeking through. 4 of Wands. What's that? Why are you moving? Why are we so much in astrology? Okay, the rigid father. Yeah, stressing. Capricorn. Elder energy. Capricorn is not literally a father. They say it like that because, you know, things get watered down from generation to generation. And Capricorn energy, that's elder energy. So if you are a female person, then that's your mother. Your mother is your elder, but also your teacher can be your elder, your mentor. So Capricorn, that's really this mentor elder energy that guides you into mastery. That's all what Capricorn is about. But here specifically, because I said that, I feel father. And we do have the home space, right? And I'm hearing barren land. Wow. Barren land. Makes sense because I was tuning into the abundance of spring. And see, that's double. That's the double. That's eternity. And that's that infinite growth. And not rigid. Like, okay, we do have 4 sticks and there we get our cucumbers. I don't know. In the garden, I was just, yeah. So now physically, okay, physically, wow, that's great. King of Pentacles, Four of Swords, Five of Wands. I understand that one a lot. So we are releasing over here, your person is releasing competition, goes very well with this father energy, like you have to be better, look what your brother is doing, see over there your neighbor. And when you come home from school, it's like, what marks do you have and what marks has your companion? And then it's calm, you know, and I don't know, football, soccer, whatever, basketball, I don't know, go and do, right? And win and do and be and bring glory to the home. I don't know why I'm hearing that, but kind of this, you know how fathers sometimes, I mean, in my country, it's so ridiculous. They have in their cars in the back, they have then a plate there in where it says exams, like school exam, matura, from, and then the year, but that's from their children, you know. So it's kind of the father's glory then, and they drive around with that, like, my kid, you know, graduated, and and I'm this and that because my kid graduated. And it's like as if it's a sign of their value, like I could afford that, or I could raise that, or see, it's my genes. And with sports we have that a lot with it's my genes, and we do have so much wands here, like it's all about like, you're carrying my seeds, you're carrying my genes, like make, you know, create a second me. Ooh, we could very well have a narcissistic father over here. Okay. And that caused Four of Swords energy, where it's like, no, actually, I can't move anymore. See, they are like forming this, like a fence, like a gate, like a closed gate. I have to rest. I have to rest from competition. And this is actually how they, your person, now I'm talking about your person directly, how they interrupted that pressure pain cycle, pressure push, what was constantly in their nervous system. And divine masculine, that's the fire, right? And that's a lot about the nervous system. The nervous system carries the freaking light, and so the nervous system needs to be calm and stable. And that's where you probably come in, creating this womb, right? Giving them the opportunity to understand, like internally through the bond, because that's stronger. You're like double strong, right? You're connecting energies. I mean, that's them, but it's in their field. It's like, this is what they are carrying now. So now they are double strong than their father. And so the Five of Wands cannot go to them anymore. But this is due to your connection. 8-11 right now. Beautiful. Strength. Karmic balance also I'm hearing. So yeah, the karmic father was there to punish them for a reason that was necessary. We all come in with some burdens, right? But now they are at the place where they can shut that gate down, and they have released that, I guess. They have worked through that karma, understood that, and grow from that. And now the candle is short before going out, and I was wondering, when will that happen? So this is kind of the influence which is leaving here, right? And we can block that now, like the false light, yeah. The dominating, overpowering light that was overshining their own sun, you know, father energy, that's also masculine. That's like 9-11 right now, Archangel Michael helping them, wow, working with them, beautiful. Let me get a new candle. And I felt we need a green one with all the spring. This is the green. And though here are also leaves, I see them totally as without leaves. I see that actually even like a threat, how we could even, you know, punish with a stick or whatever. So harsh, as I said, barren lands, harsh, and harsh. But swords are wisdom and superiority. So it's kind of, they have stepped up now. And they can totally overpower that. It's like with 𝙏𝙤𝙢𝙢𝙢, you know. Of course, swords cut through wood. And they represented in the hierarchy earlier, like the royalty, the higher people, the people who regulate systems. That's interesting. So now they are regulating their own inner system, and the nervous system, that's what they can regulate now. Beautiful. And before, that was kind of constantly disrupted, see, with the stress coming there. Wow. So, okay. So consciously, mentally, they are really releasing father wounds, getting aware of that. And physically, like in real life also, they are like, no, you have no say on my life. It's my freaking life, right? This is my life. The pentacle, we can see the pentacle as a life, a human life. That's like a newborn child. That's also our soul coming here, incarnating. And we are kind of the CEO of our soul here, right? We have to, and the soul, of course, that's a board. And then there also are the other spirit guides sitting, talking and discussing what's the schedule, right? What's to do here? But we are the executors, right? The human here, and we do have it in our own hands what to do with our life and how we carry our soul. Our soul is always here and wanting, you know, to blossom and unfold, but it's up to us if we allow that or cut that down. And the cutting down, of course, that was this false imprint. That was really literally a block. You see that? It's a strong, strong block here. They couldn't allow themselves to grow. So we are getting something here. And I have a strong block releasing, actually. What? Wait. Wow, I channeled these cards very quickly through, and I couldn't read it. So yeah, I wish for us the most beautiful life, enjoying our merry age. That's where they are right now. I want to create my own perfect. And my own perfect, that's my own ideal, that's authentic, that's specific. It's not what everyone else wants. It's not what my dad wanted for himself and for me specifically. No, I'm my own freaking person, right? That's what they are saying. I'm my own freaking person now. I have matured into king size now. I'm not the little page anymore who can be put down. I don't allow that because my wisdom is stronger. Maybe they have, you know, listened to some nice videos, psychology videos on YouTube here. There are so many because I tuned into this narcissistic father thing, or however they learned that, right? But this is wisdom, this is books, this is YouTube, this is everything, how we get really wisdom. And I mean, maybe we can also get wisdom on TikTok, but specifically I feel like, you know, longer type psychology lessons or something, or like life coaching things here coming through here with that, because this is maybe even, you know, relaxation coach. Maybe they did, you know, a health class or something where it was about maybe meditating, right? Something like that, because this is totally about getting centered. Meditating is, yeah, very well might be meditation, because this is getting yourself into center position, right? We see that here, and shutting everything else out. And also we do have the archangelic protection here with the 4 corners, right? The 4 angles here. Oh, that's so beautiful. And Michael said hi even. Yeah, nice, nice. Can we get one for that maybe? Okay. You are the sunshine and the flames in my life, and I don't mind the rain. Okay. Okay. Growing, right? They are growing. Like, you are their growth. Understand that. You are their growth. You watered their garden, literally, their inner garden, which is the mind. Our mind is the inner garden where we have to, you know, take out the weeds and plant the seeds. And yeah, so you helped them here because it was kind of your light. They could tune in, like, you are the sunshine and the flames. See the flames, twin flames. So now we are in depth psychology again. I wanted to say that earlier in the intro, but I didn't want to make it too long. Like twin flames, like, right? So Carl Gustav Jung, the depth psychologist from Switzerland, had already, you know, 100 years ago, he had discovered all that with the persona and the self and the shadow and all that and the ego. This is all the terminology. That's all from depth psychology. And in New Age, it's used sometimes a little bit distorted, right? So look that up if you're interested. And twin flames also show up there, and it's called animus and anima. Divine feminine, it's anima. Divine masculine, it's animus. And that's internal energies, our own inner masculine and our own inner feminine, right? And yes, if you are on a twin flame journey, and I am, you can fully feel and see that, yes, really, this person carries, it's not that they complete us, no, but they carry a piece which we also are carrying within. And that makes sense when we think about creation and God as oneness, and then we have the split, the gender split, you know, the duality, which is kind of the principle underlying all of creation, where we then create the magnet, because we do have like a battery. It's like, okay, plus and minus. It's also, you know, in mitosis and meiosis, where we see that in biology, literally, where the poles are formed, the polarity is formed, and this creates an energy field, and that's again the divine feminine womb that can only build up through that. And water also, you know, with this crazy structure, the magnetism, that's all about this creating the space for life to grow in. And this is what the journey is about. We create space for life to grow in. Now we are back here again. I wish for us the most beautiful life, enjoying our merry age. Yay, yay, yay. So happy to see that, guys. That's so great. Now, emotional, what blockages are leaving? Wow, judgment. Oh, they were judging themselves. Oh, the star. The little prince. Wow. I feel, oh God, I feel, I can't even say that. I feel so much pain and grief and sorrow and, oh, I mean, I turned that around and immediately my eyes were standing full of water, like full. It's crazy, guys. Judgment, they are releasing so much pain and like harsh judgment. They were under, they were going through some karma, yeah, really literally like harsh karma. Can we have like, no, they're saying no more, please. Okay, what's that karma about here? What's that judgment about? What's healing here emotionally? Because that's deep. Okay, that's cool. That's, ooh, and goodness. Wow, they also want me to get that one. Okay, karma. Literally karma, saying karma. And this is the awakening, right? The bear awakening, out of the slumber awakening, stepping into full self, into the full authority, what we spoke about. And this speaks about standing on their own 2 feet. And you know, in this deck, the bear comes after the fox, and the fox has this negative connotation of leading us astray, imprinting false beliefs, saying, well, this pathway over there, that's the good one, and then we go like on a totally misled road. And actually the fox in this specific deck kind of tries to give a cheat code around the mountain. And after a long path, wow, 144 right now, in the wrong direction. This is deep soul, because this is past life energy here. So your person went totally astray in some lifetimes. And that's why they had to carry this harsh karma, because they literally went astray. And they thought they can kind of trick themselves around the mountain, right? But the mountain, that's what we have to overcome. The mountain is literally the karma. So they kind of tried to trick themselves, free themselves from karma. Maybe they followed, you know, wrong kind of magic or whatever. And the bear, that's then the one who, after the fox, you know, who is totally aligned with their inner wisdom, and then they can stand up and show up for themselves. That's the main thing in this card. Now we can show up for ourselves here. So they had to learn that, to show up for themselves and stand up against adversity and stand up. And no matter what, I feel it's like no matter what, you have to stay, you know, true to yourself, not let influences influence you. Literally, it's about the 144. This is chosen one energy. This is soul clearing. This is DNA activation and absolutely spiritual growth here happening in your person. So it's a, see, with the light here, spiritual growth, Aquarian age here. This is so cool, actually. Wow. And we do see here the wings, right? Just as I placed that, see, here it's linked, see, totally. Wow. So they might have some scorpionic energy or whatever strongly in their chart, or maybe they went through, you know, a Pluto transit over their sun or whatever. But this is just the energy here, what I'm feeling, like Pluto literally rolling, taking their life and rolling it all over. Like this is literally turning the whole wheel like upside down, but really dragging you through the mud, you know, like turning the negative side of the wheel. Like I'm just seeing that, and totally, yeah, wow. And going through pain also. And then kind of like the bear does, like going in this winter slumber, where they then can, you know, and we do have that here also, the retreat, and where then it's all about, okay, now let's process. So here was a long period of process needed in this life also to kind of reintegrate that from a soul level and upload that, I feel. Yeah, very nice. So let's see if we can, okay, one more here. Wonderful areas, the self, what I just said, right? The star, self-expression with the bear, you know, being the authentic self. And this, wow, this is so cool, because, you know, the cross and all that, that's also Piscean energy. And if you see it in the whole astrology, oh my goodness, the wheel of astrology, right, the zodiac wheel, then you have Pisces, and then with the ascendant, and this is ascending energy here, right, ascending, this is like forming a tip of the wave again, and this is like we are immersed in the ocean, where we are with all these invisible also enemies, struggles, karma, it's all there, we are all there in the pool, working through that deep sea energy underwater, and then we immerse out of that, we come out of that and form a new you, right, a new self, what we had here, like forming a new number one, a new person actually. So they went through a whole transformation. This is like phoenixing. Wow. Let me get phoenix cards. Here we go. Maybe we are getting something of, you know, this internal transformation what needed to happen here, or happened, or what was integrated, or whatever. Let's see. Ooh. Wow. The codependent, the judge. Isn't that crazy? We have judgment and the judge, and we do have the elder father figure here, elder energy. It's the judging, right? You're not good enough, you're this, you're that, and that's why we became codependent on like fulfilling the demand, right? Codependency, that's like, okay, I tend to whatever you want because only then I'm accepted and loved. And actually that's not a relational problem about love, but that's existential. It's these things that are formed deep in childhood. And when we think about childhood, we must always think about its existential safety. You are fully 1000% dependent on your parents. And if you depend on a person like that who is constantly harshly judging you, see, cutting you down, like cutting you in pieces, then you are okay. Then I guess I must be the small piece over here to keep the peace, basically, and to get my food, right? To not get thrown out of the house. So if you know that or not, inside your person lives a codependent wounded. I mean, it's pretty much healed, right? And because that's karmic, maybe they were like that before themselves, right? So we never know where does something start with all these merging lifetimes. But that was literally a lesson they needed to learn to grow, right? To totally evolve. And for them, it's so important, and you have to keep that in mind. Otherwise, it wouldn't come out like that, right? 0404 right now. Otherwise, it wouldn't be here like that, talking to you directly, like, please be careful. Like, be careful how you handle me, because I have like lost myself before in relationships. Now, of course, they have learned, you know, to be self here with a star. They are totally healing. Wow, that's wow. So deep emotional healing. I don't want to deal with the consequences of the past, but I guess I must. Yeah, I guess. Whatever comes, yeah. So, this can speak directly to your past together, right? But this can also speak about, okay, fuck, I have to heal that. Fuck. Like, I have to, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Usually I don't speak like that, never ever. So, yeah. But this is, you know, this is just how they would say it, right? I don't want, but I have to, right? And why? Because, yeah, there is the new way. Oh, we do have this one, right? Oh my goodness, that's abundance. Wow. The full water. The water full of fish. This is abundance. And the water, that's, of course, you know, the soul, it's all good here, right? We don't see a stormy ocean with a depth sea with sharks and everything. No, we see a peaceful, abundant stream here, full with salmon and whatnot, and really, really good. And that's creative energy, like to the max, right? To the max. Abundant. Being able to abundantly create. And didn't they said something like that? I wish for us the most beautiful love, enjoying our married age. They literally want to create a life to be remembered. You know, a life, let's see. This is about the actions, King of Cups. A life to be remembered. Now, oh, I'm done, guys. I can't. I guess I have to pause and cry. Oh my God, this is like the relationship kept on top of the wave, always like I watch over the ship here, I watch over our relationship because I want to create the most beautiful journey for ourselves. Is that even hot air balloons? Looks like. And it's paper ships, like wishing. Sending out wishes. Wow, that's amazing, beautiful here. Can you hear me crying? Oh, the High Priestess. That's the devotion. Four of Cups. Ace of Cups. Yes, yes, yes. See, it's this special. It's like, no, that's not a normal connection. That's special. That's divine love. You know, the Four of Cups, that's all about this internal experience of, wow, the outer world does not fulfill me, just as we see it here. I'm not connected to the outer world at all. I'm in deep meditation, deeply connected to the other side here. The other side, there it comes, the other side. Deeply connected. That's that cup. See? That's that one cup here, the eternal love. That's why we had the priestess and the, you know, priestess energy. And what's that? Oh, Seven of Swords. That's really doing the mental effort. Oh yeah, and we have to, truth piercing through our core. This is not literally always, you know, heartbreak. This is just the truth hitting the core, right? Being hit at the core of our being. We can also see that as armor has hurt. And it's like, it's the truth. So I can't, you know, I can't strategize myself out of that. Actually, it's the truth. I also feel this is you healing something here. Like these deep karmic things that are happening here or were happening here. And we do have this divine source here now, sourcing the ocean here, right? Where the King of Cups looks to. And here we do have that very pool. And it's like you know, do that. Like you create from that here. And you are that pool. It's wow. I'm seeing it literally like you are their abundance. And they feel that, like you are their abundance. And they want to, you know, create with you. Literally create with you. Why am I holding in the clouds? Cancer. Cancer in the clouds. Yeah. So they are saying, first they are saying, okay, that must not be strictly a father energy. That can also be very well the mother energy. That's just fourth house, right? Elder. As I said, elder. It depends on how you resonate, and it also depends on, like gender-wise, but it also depends on how your parents energetically are. For example, my mother was more in her masculine energy and my father more in his feminine energy. And so for me, it's all switched, right? And that's very often the case, that we have to really see where our parents are tuned energetically when we work through these things and want to understand how our childhood energetically influenced us. And you know, this is kind of, I see this as this imprint here. Yeah. So you're good being the high priestess. That's like your guidance also, right? But I also want to get you who is this 1212 right now? Oh my goodness. Big karmic release. And they are saying this one. Get to know each other. Learn to meet another's needs for love. That makes so much sense. Because Seven of Swords, that's also understanding. Like, that's the mind, you know, really piercing through here. And with this image, it's really like, okay, I want to understand that and yeah, pierce through the core here, right? I want that. I want to understand why I am as I am, what made me, and how I can become, you know, a healthy Three of Cups energy, like being in union and creating the third cup. Because the second we are in togetherness, we create a third thing, which is the ship, the relationship, which is the what's constructed between two people. And sometimes people just create trauma, right, coming from their wounds, and they not intend that, but it's just happening when we come with empty or dirty or poisoned cups, and we mix that pretty much just together, and then something, yeah, comes up which wasn't intended. And yeah, so this is like you two really learn yourselves. This is beautiful. Like, learn what really fulfills you, what fuels you, what is your abundance. Abundance is something else for everyone. Is it, you know, sitting outside looking at the stars, dreaming? Is it traveling? Is it reading? Is it watching YouTube videos together? I don't know, right? What is it? What is it? Is it studying psychology? Is it cooking together? Is it everyone does something alone, you know, every second weekend to fully tune into themselves, because you need that alone time. Also might be possible, you know, not every relationship needs to be in a constant togetherness. We need also time to retreat and do our own things, to create our own maybe pool. I don't know, like, this is all things that has to be defined, I feel, from everyone uniquely. I'm drawn to the two fish now. Like, this is you dancing the cosmic dance together. So beautiful. So let me get a divine masculine and feminine merging angel message, because you are kind of merging. Can you see that? And they are so, it's so wonderful, right? King of Pentacles and King of Cups showing up. And that coming out of a codependent person who has been wounded deeply. That's great. And, you know, do not, you know, go with pity and, oh, I'm so sorry you went. No, that's on them. They can carry their own cross. We have to get out of that energy like, oh, I'm so sorry for them. No, you have to just tend to your own pool, to your own happiness, meditate on your own things, tune into your own this. And then you can come together, but not in the sense of, I have to, you know, pour my whole cup into your cup because your cup is so empty. I'm so sorry for you. No, no, no. They have to learn to fuel their own cup from within. We see that here from the divine love, which is the self-love, right? This is unconditional love for self. And yes, you can ignite that, you can help making the connection, yes, of course, but then they themselves have to kind of learn to manage the water and to put that relationship also, as I said, on the pedestal. It's like, okay, this is the third cup we are creating. This is like the meta layer, right? It's the synthesis where it's like, okay, so this is me, this is you, and together we do something higher. We create this wonderful life. We create these moments. We think about what actually makes us happy. What is like a wish come true for us? And that we create. And of course, we cannot create that 24/7 all the time, but we can think of like once a week, like every Saturday or Sunday or whatever we do, that, creating that, these moments. And these moments are like anchor points for the soul, for the life that gets messy around these points. But if you have forged these, you know, like harbor days for your soul where you are like, no, we are not available that Sunday, like whatever families or whatever people want something of you, you're like, no, every Sunday we go there, or every once a month we go there, or whatever it is, like for you, right? But it's all about you creating these moments, finding out what gives you joy, and enjoying the togetherness without like one constantly has to think, I have to tend to what you want, I have to please you, I have to attune to your needs and your wants. No, it's about both of your needs, right? That's the thing here. They have learned, so that's so important to understand, guys. They have learned they are only welcomed if they give a pentacle to you, if they please you, if they add to you, if they give you what you want. And you standing in your self-love and being like, well, I'm good on my own, right? I don't need anything. I'm good over here. I'm good. I'm sitting here. I'm good. I'm good. But I like you. We can build together. That's not what they ever have experienced. Never. They have experienced being actually exploited. Actually, their heart has been exploited. We see that right here. Their heart has been, and yes, that's karmic. Yes, that had to happen. Okay, because they carry a specific frequency, a specific gift within. And see, with the star and the ship here, it's all for the building and the creation. It's woven into their purpose. You know, the pain we carry, that's what waters our seeds. And so this was kind of fertilizer for their seeds, the wisdom they now can build their life on. Without that, they wouldn't be able to. So never ever feel sorry for someone's journey, right? Be proud of your journey and wear your scars with dignity and allow everyone else to go through that. Wow, the key is Sunday and healing. What I said, right? Do the Sunday thing. Like every Sunday afternoon we do this or that, because we both love that. If it's literally just laying on a blanket on a sunny day and reading books, right? Just next to each other, because you're introverts and you love reading. You can do that together. Why not? Right? Why not? I created crazy Sundays sometimes with my ex-husband, and he's soulmate connection. So it was pretty soul aligned and pretty good. And we have a kid together, and so it was all kind of evolving around this third cup, right? So we have to go and do something, you know, for the family, for the kid, for, you know, the good, creating these good experiences. And of course, you know, we went somewhere where we could have a nice action for the kid, but we both took our things. And so I, for example, I took college blocks and was writing a lot and organizing, kind of, you know, doing all these mental things that I couldn't do during the week when I was with the kid, because he then wanted to, you know, play with the kid on the in the park where we went to or whatever. Or when he wanted to do, you know, something at the car, literally some little mechanics, we then would maybe drive somewhere just in nature where there was a good place where we could do roller skating, and then the kid and I would learn roller skating, and he was literally repairing the car and putting some new lights in or whatever, right? Because he loved tuning the car. Basically that was his, he had the thing with cars, but that was for him, that was meditation and relaxation, you know, doing some work and doing some physical things. And yeah, so whatever it is, you know, a happy family Sunday afternoon, this is just an example so that you know what I mean. It's freaking unique. And if you are able to create your unique stream, then that's great. And that's what we are here to do. Create and find what is us, you know, what is our abundance. And that's not maybe every Sunday the same thing, right? That can totally, you can totally think about what you know, and talk about what could we do maybe. So next thing is, wow, that's cool. The key is autumn, to take stock and cleanse your life. I put that here, like cleanse that, right? Take stock, what wasn't working, what wasn't good, and cleanse that. It's like this one sword piercing through all the BS here, right? Cleansing the heart space. And the heart space, that's all about that, you know, the passion unfolding, what we want to do in life. For right now, you're so safe. Wow. And 4, that's the heart, right? Yeah, and that's again the archangels at the 4 corners. Wow. So archangel protection over here. Also, of course, I feel starseed energy and very high frequencies like Christ consciousness. Do we want to have a Jesus card? I guess yes. Wow, that's interesting, you know, right? As I said, let's tune into, let's get a Jesus card. My phone rang. So we got a call. Jesus called. And I had the dice here and I put it on the table and it turned into Piscean energy again. And yeah, I mean, unconditional love. And then I took out my deck and I found that in the middle were 2 in reverse for some reason. And I took them because I was so curious. And it says, all things whatsoever you shall ask in prayer, believing you shall receive. And that's the block we are releasing, because harsh judgment, never giving, only under conditions. This is conditional love. And this is the block that's been released now, see, with the unconditional receiving. And it says, pray always. And, you know, prayer is misunderstood and distorted. Prayer, you know, the Native Americans, how they did it. It was how they, you know, they would go to a still place in nature, tune in into higher frequencies, like manifesting, right? Tuning into the future and feeling the rain, receiving the rain they were praying for, receiving and enjoying and being grateful. Everything we learn these days, you know, with how we shall manifest. That's what Jesus also taught. Like before he healed, he was tuning in to higher frequencies, where then he already felt it is done, right? It is done. And then he was performing the miracles because he drew from the stars, right? From the God energy, God source energy, God source light. So pray always here, right? And this means tune in the highest timeline, in the highest frequencies here. See the relationship on top of all waves. Tune in there. Believe. And we need to literally cut these blocks here. And strong, rigid blocks over there. Like totally. And maybe there is something else we shall shuffle out. Okay, thank you. the Comforter, which is the Holy Spirit, whom the Father will send in my name, he shall teach you all things. Wow. And that's like you. He that believeth on me, the works that I do shall he do. Also, what I just told you, how Jesus actually did that. The works he shall do also, and greater works than these shall he do, because I go unto my Father. So this is like healthy, really empowering future generations, empowering our dreams, because yes, it's all about conscious evolvement. If we think about the whole God and awakening and consciousness thing, ascending, that's all about, yes, we want to create an even better, even more, even, you know, yes. And the old religions, they are so rigid, like, no, 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 it has to be done the old way, and only this is good. And that was never the healthy way to do it, you know, cut it down to same size as, you know, the day before yesterday, and I want to say like 3 generations before mine. So this is totally also a dark education where everything is forbidden and only, you know, yeah, I don't want to go there, but I got that earlier. Real harsh energies. Now we have the key is the caduceus, yes, and balance, both gold and silver. That's the twin flames. The caduceus, that's the twin flame energy again. I love that. So we started with that, and now we end with that. And yeah. And with the 3 cups here, and here Holy Spirit, I was thinking, you know, the Holy Father, the Holy Mother, and the Son, so the child, right? They totally erase the feminine. So the Holy Spirit, for me, that's the divine feminine, the divine mother. And it makes sense, because in all other tradition also, that's the womb, that's the field, that's, you know, quantum field, cosmic womb, that's feminine, universal, kind of cosmic energy where life is created from and in the space, right? And yeah, and then the spark is the divine masculine, which ignites kind of the new life to be birthed, and then it's the electricity, right, in this magnetic space. And then we create from that, as I said, with mitosis, meiosis, and we create new, and we want to create, you know, a bountiful life, like, yes. And 3 is always this creation. It's Jupiter energy, and Jupiter, you know, the sign of Jupiter, maybe it looks a little bit like a 4, but actually it's 3 segments of a sun, because Jupiter, that's like we grow, you know, we expand as 3 suns. It's like, yeah, it's like the 3rd gets bigger and bigger, and so it's kind of that. It's I don't know how to explain it, but you got it by now, I guess. This consciousness evolving, growing, paradise building, and how plants do that also. There is a lot just, you know, magically creating, because they mix and mingle, and then we do have violet beans, and then over there are white beans, and then they kind of mix themselves, and then they create violet beans or whatever. And you know, my father, he's a biologist, and he had a lot of interesting things in his garden which he played around with, and the neighbors, they were like very traditional farmers, and they were kind of standing at the fence, and they were like, the doctor, he's crazy, right? It's this kind of energy. That's crazy. We don't do that over here. We don't do that over here. That's crazy. But yes, we do that over here, because we create the waves in you. And yes, they are allowed to form authentically, and we are the CEO of what we form. You're free. Like, I want to stress that at the end, right? You're freaking free to form. Like, tune in to the higher self you carry within, core frequency 144, right? And then you can create from that. You can, totally. And you're allowed to. You're allowed to. Now they are saying again, one last message. Okay, so frequency, right? This is the Hawkins scale of frequency. Oh, there was some orange coming out already, yes. So what of these? I feel this one, but life is antagonistic. Yes, that was totally the thing. Totally antagonistic, like not supporting. And now I want to put it back and see if there is something else. Now we are in the green realm, see? I did, yeah, I felt that we need the green candle. And this is kind of in the medium space where it's all about, yes, now we are allowed to grow. So we are out of the depth, right? Out of the density. And now we are coming into the heart space from where we really can build and then, you know, grow higher and higher. Yeah, we do have release. And now God is merciful. And we have optimism and acceptance. Yes, that's what we all need here. Release. Merciful because, you know, yeah. Wisdom is sent in. And then we can, yeah. And we do, I stress that in your part, right? We do have to accept our journey. Totally. There's nothing wrong with that. It's nothing wrong with that journey they went through. It's all good, okay? And now we do have life is hopeful underneath the deck. Isn't that beautiful? Yeah. So with the star. Yeah, so you create hope here, right? Life is hopeful. Isn't that cool? I guess I can let you go now. Because now it looks all good. Wow, wonderful. So, bye. I love you very much. Have I said already that you please like the video and how's it called even? Subscribe to my channel. I'm lost. And what else? And yeah, I mean, let me know your take on everything I said and whatever you want to comment on. And let's have a debate. I don't know. No, and I hope I meet you again. So I hope you allow me to read for you again. That would mean literally subscribing so that, you know, the angels know, yes, that's just you telling your guides, yes, I would like to receive through that source again. Okay, that's all, that's it, that is there. And if you don't want to receive from me as a source here, as, you know, a medium, sending you messages from your source, then of course don't subscribe. That's up to you, totally. But if you enjoyed that and if you would like to hear more, then I guess you have to, right? That's just how it works. And also energy is real, and energetic balance and exchange and growth, like mutual growth, and not being in restrictions and competitions and making it hard for other people and taking without giving, all these things, you know about these things, right? We do want to create the even nice green growing energy for everyone. So I help you, you help me, basically, is what I'm saying. Ooh, 1155. And that's just good because, you know, you putting out supportive energy, this fuels, of course, your own life, because that's what will come back to you, of course. Of course. That's how energy and life works. And sometimes it's hard to understand when it's these deep karmic engraved things where we really don't see a reason why that happened in this lifetime. But yeah, obviously then it's an old thing that needed to be worked out, like a splinter in the body, right? And you had to literally, with surgery, kind of get it out there, like these harsh judgmental energies. And I feel literally like father figures destroying harmony in the family. This is also very egotistical and can be, as I said, narcissistic, but it also can just be just dominating, and just being selfish and just doing. And we were all just living in a lot of unhealthy timelines the last 1,000 years here, thousands of years on Earth, where there was a big disbalance. Right, and so we get like formed through our surroundings a lot. So I also want to say we must not sit there and say, yeah, it's their karma because they were bad earlier. Well, actually, we have no idea if we would stand in their shoes, right, in that situation, in that lifetime, and what maybe we would have done worse, right? We don't know. So let's just stop being judgmental at all and accepting life as it is, right? And step into our prayer energy, which is literally unconditional love, higher self. Yay, right? Let's create the best here. Let's end with that one. Creating the best. Beautiful. I will read that again because that just sums the reading up. I wish for us the most beautiful life, enjoying our merry age. Yeah. So, guys, do that. Enjoy your merry age and the rest of the day or whatever you are doing right now. Bye-bye. I hope I see you soon. So, hello, group 3. The intro was funny for your group. If you haven't watched, the intro, if you come just from, I didn't set that in the other group, so but maybe here we do have people who didn't wanted to watch the trailer, the introduction of the groups, but it was kind of funny. And I'm not repeating myself, so you have to watch that because that's the start of the reading actually. And I kept your Ace of Wands also, and we do have 2 aces now, so this is very strong. Forward movement. 9 of Cups. Wow. That's how they feel. They feel blessed. They feel anointed. They feel chosen, called. And they feel they have their wings now, and the wings that has a lot to do with the heart space. The ability to unfold and see how the arms are also like wings coming strong from the heart space and building, see the crown here. And this is high level spiritual energy, because typically the arms are creating somewhere over here, right? We do create a lot over here in that realm of density where we work with the matter on the table, and we do. And this, it's like, no, I take it higher and higher. And yeah, very high. Great. So actually this is only one card, and it's interesting. Oh, comes out in reverse even. 9 of Pentacles as a block, releasing. And interestingly, it's the reverse 9 of Pentacles. So that's a lack of self-worth. And we see it clearly now. This block is gone. And I just saw 222. Wow, I love that. See, let's look at the card. This is someone standing in their worth, in their abundance. Like, yay, I'm here in my paradise garden. Abundance is just growing. Like, this is my door, my entry, and this is my realm, like my wide, wild world. Did I say wild? I guess I wanted to say wide, but wide, wild world where, I can give you access to, because I'm that valuable man. This is like in earlier days where we would really look like, okay, this man is interested in me, so what does he bring to the table would not only mean like what bread would be on my table the next 60 years or whatever, but it would mean like what realm can he open doors to, right? Where is he living? Where will I be living? Where will my kids be playing? To what schools were my kids then going? So the material needs earlier, that was a big deal. And when I say earlier, I mean it's just around the corner, right? It's not that far away. And it was like for centuries, it was like that, that the male figures had the access to the abundance of earth. Back in the day, you know, when we lived in the tribals before settling down, then it was different. Then the men would be the hunters, right? And the whole abundance of earth was in maternal lines and in maternal hands. There it was different, and women were the keepers of abundance, and abundance was part of woman, actually. Absolutely part of womanhood, and it's part of the Empress. That's why we speak about that. So you do carry abundance within you, and maybe that even kind of, because your connection goes, you know, deep, like elder, guardian of, see, this is like totally back in the day, where it's white fields, white wilderness behind, but it's like paradise, right? And Garden of Eden kind of thing, and a big one, right? A big one. And they felt obviously small, not valuable, and not having access to a lot. Like as if how they perceived you as the Empress, like I can't afford that, right? I could never get her satisfied because I can only, you know, maybe buy a pomfret at the corner, but not, you know, go to the super luxurious Greek restaurant over there or whatever, or go travel. See, this is also totally the whole world, like travel the whole world and bring in all the abundance. And they didn't felt they could ever do that. And now they understand it's not about the pentacles I already must have forged myself all alone. No. Because matter, that's something we create over time in our life. And the source of matter is actually the water, the emotions, the frequencies we hold. And ooh, I am holding valuable frequencies. I feel that. I feel I'm anointed, you know, I feel I'm blessed. I feel I'm carrying these frequencies. They feel themselves, literally, they feel themselves enlightened. And because of that, they feel, yeah, I can freaking do that. I can build my own pentacles, right? No matter how old I am, I don't need, you know, all these status stuff piled up already, you know, like, yeah, I went to that school, I have this degree, I have this, I have that car, see, I have that credit card, I have all that, I'm good enough. No, that's not the paradigm you even operate in. Totally not, because you operate in another realm, in the ocean. And then they understand that. And it's like they went deep diving and they finally got their pentacle out there. And they're like, oh yeah, actually, I am that. It's so sweet. I love that. And obviously they want to give that, and they want to also elevate your world. See, this is why we had to pick this deck. I love this deck. I'm happy I have it. And so I will literally try to figure out with Google Pictures search, maybe, you know, maybe I can find it out which history is in what card. But yeah, or buy the book. I could also buy the book. So mental blocks. Three of Wands, King of Wands. Has a mental block. See, now we know we do need the story. He's been crowned in a minute, and here he is crowned. As a mental block releasing, and they were like laying like that, you know, like this, I feel they are like, I'm not ready yet. I'm not king size here. I'm not crowned, right? I'm not crowned yet. But now they are. See? That's cool. And this is self-sabotaging, right? Let's do that later. Let's do emotions. Oh, 9 of Wands. So they really, as I said, they went deep in their inner battlefield. See, this is literally the battle in the depth of the oceans. I said that they went deep diving. They did. They went deep diving in this internal battlefield. War in the subconsciousness. And they battled that. They battled all the negative kind of feelings of unworthiness, or not yet, or not ready, or not good enough, or not, you know. They battled that. Wow. I love that. Okay, I do want to go here. Oh, nice. The World and the 10 of Pentacles. Yeah, I understand why we needed to have that over there, because that's literally what gets them going, right? We have to cover the world, which is, I guess, you are their world. And the World card also speaks, of course, about I see myself in every possible reality. Like I can create whatever reality I want. This is spiritual maturity and like light, you know, in the highest light, highest manifestation abilities here. And 10 of Pentacles, yes. Isn't that cool? They came from, and isn't it mostly like that? The thing that's the most attacked, I mean, it's always like that actually, the suit, what's the most attacked, that's your strongest. And this goes for everything, you know, people where the strongest suit is the mental space, they get attacked a lot mentally. And they struggle then with anxiety and intrusive thoughts and whatever, because that's the point where they get attacked the most from, you know, just the darkness. And karmic situations would make them overthink and anxious and whatnot. And if your body is strong, then you struggle from health issues a lot, because then that's where you pick up. It's kind of that's, and our strong suit, that literally means, wow, I never thought about that. Our strong suit means that that's the place where we are the most open. Think also about the empathic people, right? Where we are emotionally so deep and open and able to receive and be receptive. That means being able to receive, like the Empress, right? So receptivity, that's that. And that can be in the mental plane, in the physical, you can be high sensitive. I am very, very clear, sentient, and high sensitive. So I can't, even if I do have a little splinter or whatever, and I can't do that with a needle and pick that out. Even, you know, cutting my fingernails, it hurts. I can't. So I have really highly evolved senses. And of course I, you know, did struggled all my life with things like, I don't know, allergies or whatever, however they call it, right? Self auto whatever. And just, I was, as a kid even, I was super, that's them. against them because I have, you know, yeah, interesting. I'm actually not so much with, you know, I don't even know why I started talking about that. And with the allergy thing, yes, I was allergic against the hairs of my cat, but you know, people who really struggle strong with allergy, and right now I'm seeing really someone like a face with like swollen nose because of the spring, you know, all the pollen that are in the air, and I don't have things like that, but your person, I guess, might have that. Yes, they might have that. And spiritually, you know, if we are like allergic against spring, this is a little bit, speaks a little bit really about the abundance problem, and we are kind of allergic against the growth, which is also again represented with the Empress, right? Allergic against fertility, allergic even against the mating process of the plants, right? And yeah, because we don't feel maybe strong enough to carry all that in our field, all that abundance. There is a thing about being strong enough to carry the crown, to carry the burden, to hold the gate open, to be open enough. And now they are there. See? And there was a big battle going on, but now they are there. So let's look at the self-sabotaging, because that's uttermost interesting. Knight of Wands, yeah, we saw that before. Three of Cups. Okay. Oh, that's funny. I know the story, but that's not about the story. So actually, we don't need the stories here because it makes so much sense with their life story, right? With the energy I'm getting. So this is like literally hanging out, you know, trying to party, but being so bored. It's like, oh, the drinking alone, that does not fulfill us. It's like boring as F over here. And it's like them being out with their, you know, guy friends or whatever. And then so we need someone to worship, like, yeah, someone we can be drawn to. And I see that as Icarus, like being drawn to the light. The Knight of Wands, like being ignited, because there is one, you know, ooh, one we can worship, one we can, you know, salute to and really put on the pedestal, right? This is all about pedestaling. Wow, how interesting is that? So they were put down, feeling like not worthy for the crown, even not worthy to sit on the throne, but they were feeling empty because they weren't in touch with their own inner values, right? And so they would put, this can also be an event, like, I don't know, a football game where we all go to and then we're like, yeah, it's a goal here, right? Or a concert or whatever. It's like worshipping celebrities, worshipping and other gender or whatever gender they are interested in, right? The energy, what kicks them off, what gets them going, like like the King of Wands here, like what gets them flying, literally, what gets them up, you know, and see how they are just sitting in their own energy. It's like, oh, boring over here, like nothing happening within me, right? In my inner peace. Oh, and they are not alone in their inner peace. That was the problem, I guess. They should have meditated alone, not hanging out with friends, being bored, but really going in a real retreat, right? But yeah, so that's self-sabotaging, okay? So feeling I need cups, right? I need emotions, I need social, whatever. I need to socialize, and then hanging out, just drinking until they are literally numb, like numbing out, I feel, with that. And also worshipping, you know, specific people or places, or, you know, just like events, and getting themselves going with that. But now it's totally different, because now we do have the Ace of Wands lit within themselves. That's their own inner passion, and that's why now they feel they themselves are anointed. They themselves are now the event, right? They themselves are the light. They don't need a light to be drawn to anymore, because the light now is within. Right there, I want to place it like that. It's within now. And they're, oh, see how I placed that? I'm so sorry. If this is a person, this is their wand. Okay. And yeah, emotionally, they really have been through it, right? That's why they had to numb and get distractions, because when they were sitting really alone with their emotions, like with their own emotions, and this is also 9, right, in their inner world, that's heavy. It's like battling destruction. This is destructive energy, and this is deniance of self-worth, deniance of recognition. Denial, it says, right? Denial of recognition. And yeah, wow. And that takes a toll on us, like totally. So I can understand that they cannot sit in this energy. You know, I'm me again. I don't like that. But of course, you know, the guides are pulling my brain just like a deck of cards. And so they are saying, you have to. Okay, I have to. So my mother's narcissistic, right? And so I know how this feels when you are under constant attack. And of course, it helped me a lot in my teenage years to be at the places of my friends and to be with my friends also, because when you are in this energy and you meet, you know, you enter 10 of Pentacles realm and meet healthy, stable, nice people, then immediately this calms down and fizzles out, and you do not, you know, it lights up, just like immediately it lights up, and sun is out then, and then I can be very happy. But especially I had that in the morning, because overnight we process, of course, a lot. And I was feeling, in my early years, I was feeling until 11 a.m. I was feeling like that. And then, you know, sun came up internally, I mean, internal sun, heart space cleared. And then in the evenings at about 6 p.m. or something, then there was the next layer when I had worked through my whole day and really created for myself a good day and then did good things, you know, then that's next level happiness, of course, coming in, because you feel then really stable because you have created stability. And as a feminine growing up with a narcissistic mother, that literally is like that. So I can totally relate to how they feel with this energy, because that's all about competition and them not being crowned. So if they are masculine, then they might have a kind of more competitive father. Must not be a fully blown narcissist, right? But just competition, or maybe another sibling which would be placed on the pedestal, but not them, because they are, I don't know, the second son or whatever, or the third even, which we don't even need, you know. And kind of this heavy energy, like, yeah. And competition instead of support, that's just erases the pentacles within, right? This is the nourishment, the nutrition. It's very hard to build that for ourselves. And I was super connected, for example. Your person might really be too, totally connected to nature. And, you know, there is a reason for why I am reading, why I am chosen, you know, to read for your person. mostly that is because I can energetically relate. And when I, for example, get readings for my person, I have channels that are not like I am, you know, not thinking like I am, not have been through the same experience I've been through, but they can relate to my person then, and that helped myself. That helped me a lot actually to understand my person better. So this is so just so you know, this is why I tell you and why I should, you know. So probably they acted crazy and you wouldn't understand that, and me explaining how we feel, like we, your person and I, right? How we feel, like people like us, when we've been through that kind of experience as a constant. This is a harsh constant to live in, let me tell you that. And this happens, of course, if parents feel the competition and they feel, ooh, my kid is 10 of Pentacles and maybe, you know, I'm not, right? And that's why they kind of strip us. And this even might go for clothing and stuff, like neglect, you know, physical neglect, literally physical neglect. And oh, I hate to tell that. I'm forced to. I mean, that's obedience in action right now, okay? So, you know, my parents, they weren't poor at all. Both not, right? My mother, she was a physiotherapist and had her own practice going on, and she was earning well, like really well. And she was well known and well respected in the city we lived in. She was like known as the best. Of course, you know, narcissists are always the best in whatever they do because they like winning and being the best. But she did not buy for me the things I really needed and wanted. And I was doing, you know, horse riding. And so I kind of never ever we went in a shop and really bought me all the equipment I wanted. So of course I got a cap and I got, you know, pants, what I really needed. But everything else, you know, I got then kind of inherited from other people from the horse riding farm. And because my mother, she just thought, well, that's too expensive. Like from her perspective, that's like, no, I don't need that. That's too expensive. And so whatever sports your person was doing, I guess they might be, you know, doing, it's something physical here. It has to do with physical. So maybe, you know, let's say they play soccer or whatever. And for soccer specifically, I know there are also these shoes where they are very expensive with specific spikes and whatever. And maybe the parents are like, oh, no, that's not necessary. Because for me, it's all about you being out of my way the whole day playing soccer. That's the reason why I assigned you to the soccer club, right? To get rid of you, basically. And I basically lived on the horse farms. And I was very fine there, by the way. So I was good. But yeah, there is a thing. And also, you know, just sneakers for sports in school or whatever. It was always, you know, I was always, you know, placed late and not bought and postponed. And this is something that kind of carried a tale into my own adult life, where I still today, I'm like, oh, how is that possible? I still have, you know, socks with holes here finding, you know, and not immediately throwing them away, because I'm kind of used to that. It's not normal to immediately go and buy new socks, right? Because there was always like this underlying current of neglect, kind of. And I actually envied people who were poor, like literally families who were poor, because then there was kind of the social workers stepping in. And it's a different kind of neglect. I make myself so vulnerable here. Wow. Okay. Perfect. Wow. It's a different kind of neglect, I want to say, if you know for sure money is there, but it's just not spent on you. This is basically what a lot of people go through in a narcissistic marriage. Like where you are treated like the house elf, right? And I grew up like that, basically. And it has a little bit, it is, I feel we release timelines of slavery with working out of that, because that's basically ownership and slavery, especially with parent and child, where the parents have all to say about your life. They completely dictate your life, but they not even tend to you. When you are like in a servant state, you know, then there is an obligation to give to you. You are dependent, yes, you are dependent, but there is kind of a contract or something that the people have to give to you also in an employment. You know, you have a boss and you, of course, you have to kind of follow orders and tend to their wants and needs. But at the end of the day, you get your pentacles, right? But in these narcissistic situations where it's all about avoiding them to mishandle you, like emotionally, mentally, whatever, you know, and the constant talking down on someone, it's a harsh form of, yeah, like terror, right? It's mental destruction. Wow. And especially with the chair and the crown and the king, I feel, because I was realizing that later, you know, I did workshops later, and I was very good, actually, very successful, but I never felt, you know, like that, and like I'm the humblest person on the planet, I feel, but then it was like also, you know, when I started that, I would put myself in the circle, and I felt totally good with that. And my clients, the participants, I don't even like to name them clients, right? Participants, it's for me. I totally come from this oneness thing, unity. And so, and they wanted me to be put on the pedestal, like, no, please take your chair and go there, because we can see you all better than. It was all about that, like you have to be kind of reachable for all of us better, and we have to see you better when you explain and speak and show. And so it was kind of, there was a lot of people, and I really want to say that, and I feel like crying right now, but it's just the truth, right? Truth has this strong frequency that just, yeah, and this is important, I feel, for you. I don't know why, but it's important for you to understand, okay? So follow me. I needed a lot of people, actually, to tell me, you're super, right? You're super, right? You sit there on that throne. We place it there. And yeah, and to understand that, yeah, there is a chair for me, because my mother did the most to destroy all chairs and kind of destroy my life in advance, if you want. So it really, it's like someone constantly taking a saw and cutting down the throne and the chairs, right? And constantly cutting you off your roots. And the roots, that's the maternal energy, actually. It's the roots, and that should nurture you. Just as we see it here, it comes literally from the ground, it nurtures us. Wow. And you know, if this is cut here, and here only toxicity comes in, or, you know, the nothingness, that's, yeah. I mean, of course, I was super tuned into nature. I wanted to say that earlier, because you're person too, you can see that. They are like a shaman. I'm a shaman too. And as a kid, I even, you know, went in the forest whenever I felt, and to the water, to the stream. So I was working with the dragon energy, with also here, with angels I was talking. I even, you know, I had my invisible friends and holding up the doors. And of course also that freaked my mother out, that she felt that, you know, she felt that anointing, the power, the light. And my mother is pretty dark, I want to say. So, and that's for a reason, right? That's for a reason. So we have our own opponents, for a reason. And I mean, I did it, right? I made it. I made it through that. And that, of course, fostered the strong connectedness to Mother Nature, right? So I was always mothered. Like the wind speaks to me, right? The clouds, everything speaks to me, and everything kind of etherical hugs me. And I'm so surrounded by angels. It's incredible. So, and that always was the case. And I even had animal totems walking next to me, and whenever I had a difficult situation, they were like showing up and in my third eye and making themselves known. And so I was super safe, and yeah, kept safe, totally. And I feel your person has that energy, but for them it was like, yeah, I'm the lone wolf, right? I totally feel that with, say, especially in reverse. And a lone wolf, let me explain you what a lone wolf actually is. Because a lone wolf is an alpha wolf who has no place, right? Who has no place, no chair, no king chair ready for them, because there's already sitting someone else. It's like there is already another alpha wolf, and I'm not bowing down to be, you know, you're better. I'm not. I'm not, and I'm not allowing anyone to treat me like an omega wolf. That's also a thing. And you know, just so please don't pity me, right? I never allowed my mother to really step over me. I was sitting from breakfast on, right? I was sitting in the kitchen having strong philosophical arguments, fighting. That's why I said, ooh, I know how that feels, because that was basically my whole life, except when I was in school. That was so peaceful for me to be in school. And of course, then horse farm with friends out, it was all paradise for me. Like, for me, it's like when there is no, when I'm not under, you know, strong, how's it called? The constant fire. My mother, she had that ability to not only strike once, but to give this like a cannon, right? Like a boom, 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 constant fire. And where it's difficult even then to direct that back, you know, to really have the thread, because it comes from different directions, and then it's difficult, and then you have to really sit with that afterwards and think it through. And of course I did that, fortunately, and the next time she would come up with something like that, then I would have my thread of thoughts ready, and I would be like bum, 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 holding against. So it was a constant battle. And of course she was just, you know, talking down on me then, and like, you know, you're so this and so that, and yeah, as if it's my problem, right? But of course that's always the thing. And so, are we good with that storyline? Yeah, the lone wolf, you got that, the lone wolf, right? The lone wolf is an alpha wolf in retreat. In retreat, that's also avoidant attachment style. Avoidant attachment, I was pretty much, of course, avoidant, but being a woman, that is not so much a problem, because guys classically being the pursuers, of course, you know, at some point, someone it kind of got me, right? Persuaded me, I wanted to say. With, I don't know, constantly. And for me, it was literally building the framework here, like the constant security. So this might be a thing your person needs, like someone really being there and totally respecting, like, okay, I understand that you need space for yourself. I understand that you don't trust anybody. I understand that you like to retreat in your own world. I understand all that. I have no problem with that. And I'm just here, you know, I'm just here building the 10 of Pentacles. I'm just here living a stable life. And I'm just here wanting to give to you, because when I'm building 10 of Pentacles, there's always, you know, one or the other pentacle ready to share. That's what 10 of Pentacles means. It's like we create these stable environments where we can then just, you know, give. And the partners I was with, it was all pretty much here with the pentacle, right? Like they really had to show up constantly for months. And this is healthy, by the way, if a guy shows up constantly for months and really shows, yeah, I'm committed to give to you. I'm committed to protect you. I want to really look after you and take care of you, and, you know, whatever. I really want you, basically. And this is, if you have emitted these frequencies that, like, yes, you know, you're my person, kind of, I feel that. And I'm, you know, over here waiting for you to kind of flip around, right? Then it's like, the longer you do that, the energy, that's magnetic, right? That's magnetic. And at one point, yeah, they can move in there, in the 10 of Pentacles. This is literally how, you know, we can read reversed energies differently. Sometimes it's about to fall out, and sometimes it needs to be integrated. And of course, obviously, 9 of Pentacles is an energy we need. It's the energy of self-worth. So this is all about reintegrating the self-worth. And when someone constantly chooses you, and it's not like, okay, today I like you, but tomorrow I like someone else, you know? And so this is maybe what your person has expected, because they were feeling not chosen, not pedestal, not crowned, not whatever, right, earlier. And yeah, so let me get some authentic thing here. But yeah, just so you know, avoidant people, they are the most caring. If you get if you can ask my exes actually, if you get an avoidant person to commit to you, they come through like that. They bring to the table like no one else can, because, you know, they are so happy that they have this safe space, this nice, you know, they just pour their all into that. And I had to learn to be careful with that one, of course. And so your person, I guess, too, right? Maybe they've been through, right, some exploitation, battlefield. I mean, this is literally like love is a battlefield here. So it might have been, okay, that's a lot. It's true. I like listening to sad music and feel sorry for myself. Oh, there's so much pain inside me, right here, right? And then I said, what the F, I need to make myself vulnerable and tell you. And yeah, this is accumulated. This is what I said, like in the mornings, it needed to be 11 a.m. And then I felt okay, you know, like okay, like not so depressed that I would rather bury me, or I don't know, stay in the hug, in the etheric hug, you know, in the other realms, basically. I feel like I'm second best. What did I say? I feel so self-conscious when you are around, even seeing a picture, yes, yes, yes. They think, ooh, I have, you know, I have egg in my face, or I'm like not, you know, I'm not, because of the wound, you know. And as I said, I needed a lot of participants in my workspace, you know. I mean, my friend circles, that was always like super, super good in my place. So my kid has it the other way around, by the way. My kid grew up in paradise at home, and then school was war, right? So either way, we get our package, what we showed up for. Like, anointing comes with some responsibility, right? And we literally, this is, I see literally that like a sparring partner or something. It brings out our strength. And for me, for example, I'm not at all sorry for that. And I had my father, by the way, also at hand. And my father is a starseed from Sirius, so he totally got my back. And so that's why, actually, a part of, you know, nature itself, Mother Gaia and all the angels, I was pretty stable, right, throughout all the pain. So I could literally hold that and expand, I guess, my mental capacity, and really like calmly study that, basically. I don't know. It's something I wanted to understand, I guess. And I'm happy now because even, you know, with my workshops and everything, there are a lot of people who really go through these harsh experiences in relationships. And I can relate to that, right? I can understand how that feels. Not sure which one, actually. This. Time to set your true self free. Yes. Go for it. I like your person, obviously. They are like my, they could be my bestie or something. I like them. And probably I adore you. And probably you are someone who can literally work with Earth and create all these rituals and spaces. And I feel that with your energy. I feel, see, we do have the circle over here and the framework over here. And it's like you are creating these super, super safe spaces. That's so cool. I love that. Find new fertility of mind or body. Yeah, create. Empress energy, right? Gain unity through reconnecting to source. I guess we have that. Oh, here. That's Seraphiel speaking. Oh, Hermes Trismegistus, I love him. Study philosophy and find wisdom. To find wisdom. Yeah, I mean, I did that literally as a kid. You know, in my early teens, I studied psychology and sociology and philosophy and astrology and all that because of, I needed to, you know, understand what was going on there. Oh, Barakiel, that's about blessings. Show sensitivity and understanding to others. Yeah, you. I just felt that energy, you know, this like, oh, I would, you know, love that to be there. I love that when people really take the time to prepare and to, you know, weave the threads together that literally create safety for all. That's a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. That's fertility also. That's Empress energy, because Empress, that's literally holding the space so that then the divine spark inside that space has okay, let me explain that differently. So with the chakra system, you know, the Empress, that's solar plexus, totally misunderstood, by the way, solar plexus energy. But yeah, it's the face, you know, below that we do have the sacral, that's actually obviously the womb where the seed is in, right? The seed is carried in the womb. So we know that one, that's divine feminine carrying the seed. Okay, then we go higher into Empress state. And even the next step then, that's the heart space. We know that also. That's then when we share with the world, when we connect and do all that. That's open heart space, super cool here, totally perfectly evolved. You know, you build your world, all good. And the Empress state that's kind of, even if you think with time frames, then that's the time frame from 14 to 21 when we grow up and when we become our own. And we can only become our own when we do have still kind of a womb around, but not this close womb, right? Not this sacral chakra, ooh, close safety, but wider, so that there is enough air in it. It's like, okay, like we can, you know, play with our friends and go to our hobbies like horse farm, sailing, doing sports, doing this, doing that, exploring, going on trips, learning, visiting whatever museum, and book, learning music, going to workshops. I don't know what it is. Like, explore your passions. That's the space. What holds, that's what the Empress holds, right? The Empress holds space for us, and you know, that's just, you know, archetypal energy. So everyone can be in Empress energy, and everyone can also be in Ace of Wands energy. So we also can do that for ourselves. I want to stress that. So holding the space for us to explore our own passions, and that literally is, you know, in the safe space of kind of growing up and adulting and still having a home where everything is given like this, it's all there. You know, you have the kitchen, you have all the things, you have all the nutrition, and maybe you do have, I don't know, a place, a room where you can, you know, do your hobby work or whatever, your creative works. Or a garden where you meet with your friends, or a garden house even where you then do whatever you do. And or in town there are these spaces where you go to, right? But this is all only possible because you are still free of the duty of sustaining yourself. So the years from 14 to 21 should be used mostly, predominantly, for people to tune into their own purpose. And the purpose is linked to our own passion. Obviously, our school systems of today, they don't really leave enough time for that, and they are not focusing on that. But traditionally should be done like that, right? Should be done like that. And we should kind of learn our own talents and feel what we are drawn to, like naturally, because in the old tribal setting, that would be then the place where we step into later, and that would become our profession. So, but from 14 to 21, it's like exploring, doing, and all just coming from the passionate, inner spark, right? And that then creates a healthy solar plexus. If we are kind of restricting our solar plexus, that would mean that, I do this because, you know, I do yoga because it's healthy. I do this workshop because I don't know what, it's like, because I have to do something, and then I don't know, I met a few people who really literally had this over-functioning solar plexus in the workshop and coaching area, where it's like, they don't do the thing, but they are like, I'm a teacher of that. Like, actually, a colleague of mine, she was like, I don't do yoga, I'm a yoga teacher. 4 right now. And I found that was very funny, because if you are a teacher, you're the biggest learner, right? You're the biggest student. And because a student just learns from the teacher, but the teacher learns from every student, because he learns or she learns the way it can be done. And there are always multiple ways. And being the one who provides the workshop, it's the one providing the experience for all. It's not the one who knows how it shall go for everyone, and then we have to, you know, copy and paste that. No. It's like, we introduce a system, we pour it in there, and then we watch how it interacts, and every piece of wisdom needs to be taken in, you know, and then it's like a sand corn, and the pearl is created within. And what we pour in, it's the discipline, for example, a yoga pose. Okay, a yoga pose that creates a little bit of friction in the body, right? To do that pose. And that forces the energy to flow here and there. And yoga, it's all about the energetic body work. It's all about the light body here. And it's kind of in this position, you know, this meridian opens and this, and then the light goes there and there. And so, yeah. And then all of a sudden your flame is ignited and it pours through the whole spine and you are energized. See, and then we do have that, right? I don't know why we are into yoga now, but kind of that's coming through. I can't help it. And maybe you do yoga. And let me know if it is like that. And let me know if you do know people like who are like, I'm, you know, I'm the teacher. I'm this, I'm that. And this is all about like wearing the badge, right? I can do better. And yeah, so this is not how it should be. And this is not, you know, in the wolves, let's go back to the wolf gang. The alphas, you know, they go at the end. They take care that everyone comes with it when they move. And they let some younger people with leadership talents go first, scouting, and yeah, but they go last, because when you go last, you can watch over the ones who are the most struggling, right? Who are struggling the most. And that's the place, yeah, where the real alphas are. They know they are here to protect what's vulnerable. That's where our power and strength, what should be used for, to protect the most vulnerable. And not for the showy-offy thingy, right? So stupid. And yeah. And so your person is like that. Totally, see? Totally. And oh, I'm glad I spoke about the wolves, because they lead in twos, right? It's the male and the female leading together. One leads the internal, like the pack, and one leads the external, the realm. This is a perfect showing of divine feminine and masculine energy. Totally. Totally perfect how it goes. Yeah. And by the way, the female wolf is a strong one, and she decides when she is mated and when not, right? So having the Ace of Wands here and all the Empress power, yeah, the Empress is empowered. And she is the one who allows or not allows. And it's totally up to her, right? Totally. This is important. It's about the maternal leading energy. And the Empress in the tarot, literally, if you read for younger men who are not married, she represents the mother. Because, and the mother, that's kind of the divine feminine essence. They are tuned in, and they are, what I just said, they are the ones who had hold that space, right, for them, where they could experience themselves and grow themselves, grow their own light, grow who they are, their passion, their purpose, their being, their self. And then that very self goes out with the heart space, opens up to the world and explores the world and connects with people, and also first, of course, through our work, right? The heart space is a lot about work, exchange, doing. It's like the marketplace of the world, where you are connecting with people. Yeah, see? I feel so self-conscious. Here we go. That's that. I feel so self-conscious when you are around, even seeing a picture. Didn't I said I'm just a little pawn over here? Yeah. I feel like I'm second best. We understood that. And that was the blog. And that's literally from parenthood here. a block. Wow. Higher frequency. They were tuning into their mental space. They weren't able to use their hands and connect with the world because they were so restricted, wow, to connect with their true passion here in the world. See, solar plexus totally restricted. That's why we spoke about that. Can you see that? It's right there. No passion projects, no fun for you today. No fun today, boy. You have to do what I told you, right? Ooh. And she's like, yes, do it what Daddy said, right? Ooh. And he's like, okay, then only place where I can be is in my head dreaming. Dreaming about a life that is not, right? And obviously I tuned myself out a lot also and channeled, and yeah, we're just in other realms, totally connected in my multiverse. And I feel that with your person. And even with the shamanic energy, the wolf coming through, the underworld, and yeah. So very strongly. And see the Roman sandals, it might very well be linked to a lifetime of actually slavery, right? And I hate to say that, but I have to again. Ooh, 1221, so 1221 mirrored energy. I love that. Yeah, but it comes with a kind of deep message again. So what I told you, I guess, before with dependency, you know, when you are a servant, then at least you get, you know, your nutrition and everything. But when you are a slave, you are totally, you rely on the mood of your literal owner, right? Of the one who rules over your life. It's like, I can do with you whatever I want. I can throw you away. I can sacrifice you. That's what I'm getting here with the past life. I could sacrifice you at any time. It's like, be aware, don't do a false move, because I could sacrifice you anytime. Crazy, right? And so this is carried here in the field. I'm totally feeling that. Past life trauma. And for them to step into their kingship, right, into their kingdom, the kingdom of God, which they are here to represent, they needed to overcome a lot of, not victimhood, but really victimization. They were made a victim. Yes. Like they suffered, I want to say. They really suffered, okay? But they made it. They made it. They made it through the battlefield here, right? And this is through, and this is also, you know, internal work here, of course, the alignment of divine feminine and masculine energy within, the alignment of self with the higher realms, right? Because beyond the clouds, no matter how, beyond the storm, there's always the rainbow, right? They know that, they feel that. And right now they are in that anointed state. Let's not forget that, right? They are here. 9 of Cups, anointed, lit up, wings, grown. Gain unity through reconnecting to source, that I just said here. Gain unity through reconnecting with source. I do want to get out some runes because of the earthly, underworldly energy. Just because for me runes are, and I throw them like we would do it in ancient days. Thank you so much. Ooh, I love that. That's Urus. Right on the 10 of Pentacles. Ooh, that's the force you are. Wow. So yeah, that's a little bit similar to the strength card in tarot. That's totally being connected to the raw, primordial, original world. Like raw life force energy. And it's the our ox symbolized there. Yeah, which is intensely strong. And this is a force that's been opened up, right? Opened up. Because, yeah, that's so nice. Ooh, yeah, that's 𝙬𝙬𝙧. And that says you're protected from the higher realms. You can see that as the wings of the swan, and we do have the wings, and that's why I say that immediately. And I do feel this super, super light energy here. It also can be, you know, the antlers of an elk, and it just speaks about above protects you, you know, angelic protection. So, so nice. And this was falling on the floor. Wow. This is that one. This is the this is the support. It's 𝙗𝙧, and 𝙗𝙧, you can see it as two horses bending their heads together, and you know, like the horse. Oh, I can't do it with my fingers. I have to draw it again a little bit stronger. They are a little bit used up, right? But yeah, so, and this is, the Viking said, the horse is your really best friend, right? And I can relate to that. Having lived on a horse farm, like more than at home. And it's home there, right? Because you come in there and you are immediately tuned into the full primordial loyalty of souls, right? I mean, animals are part of the pool of souls, right, too. And I, for example, I was riding a white horse, and we could exchange images, like we could communicate through imagery, sending from third eye images. And with that energy, I think you can do that with your person, right? So, because this is like you, I feel. This is this total loyalty. For me, this is a very nice twin flamey rune, where it's really, it's this unconditional loyalty. Because they form the oneness. And you know how horses are on the meadows. They stand there and they rub their backs, right? Vice versa. It's this kind of thing. It's so nice how they care for each other. Like, I know what you need because I know what I need. And this is why it's symbiotic. It's so nice, but it's really, really, really high frequency to, what is it, what I'm feeling? It's this mirroring, right? It's totally this mirroring of needs. Yeah, it's a lot about needs. Let's see what's that. Ooh, Thorisons. Love that. So this also speaks about protection, and but also about a breakthrough. You can see it as, with underworld energy, you can see it as, from all accumulated wisdom, knowledge, then you can pierce into the skills. So it has to do a lot with skills. It's also the symbol of Thor's hammer, right? And it has to do with sharpening your skills, your tools, and becoming this diamond that is precise. But it's also a hedge with thorns that's protecting you. And it's the energy of the thorn, the piercing through. And when we see it with the ocean, with the subconsciousness, it's the very moment when the ocean kind of opens and the tip of the wave is there. Like, this is the tip of the wave. And we do have that here so much, right? It's like, yeah, we are piercing through. Yeah, we are piercing. Yeah, it's like out of that. And I wanted the rune specifically for that underworld energy. So yeah, it's all about this piercing out here. So beautiful. And in their underworld here, they learned equality, equanimity, equilibrium, all that. They learned that. Yes. I love how these two cards are merging here, right? We can take it even like that, which elevates our Ten of Pentacles. I like that. Good. So they literally immersed here out of the ocean in the balanced state, right? Equilibrium, and having, you know, our twin flames balanced, like right and left hemisphere. Like, I don't think they are that high yet, right? In the no, they are at the winged state, so they are at the heart space totally, but they are aiming. Ooh, and oh, now I'm seeing like 8th and 9th chakra opening up, and this is cool. Even maybe the 10th. So totally tuning into, you know, the connectedness beyond lifetimes, of course, with the 8th chakra, which is the original Justice card, which is about all, you know, soul bonds, contracts. And then the 9th, that's the hermit who goes deep within. And we do have a lot of 9s here. And the minor arcana are, of course, linked to the higher arcana. So this is all going deep within and doing soul searching. And hermit, that's the gateway to the Akashic. So that's when we really pick out our treasures, where we find the seeds from other worlds. Whew. Great. They did that. Yes. They found their value because they tuned in through, and it was a dark path through the underworld, right? I let you in a little bit on the dark psychology. They went through here with, so this is a real gain here. This is a real victory. Yes, they did it. It's like they are on the plateau of their mountain. And yes, there are other mountains. And I said it's the heart space, right? We see the other heights here. That's then maybe crown chakra energy. But they are standing on the plateau right now, which is heart space. Right now, it's all about the heart space. And that's great. So that means they have pierced out of Empress layer, right? Solar plexus. And solar plexus, that's all the self-worth. And the self-worth was put down. And what is especially harsh, I feel, when we do have two parents kind of both saying the same, this is kind of confirmed, like what I said, right? No, daddy said so. And it also can be, no, your teacher said that, and you expect your mother especially to have your back, right? And when you tell, well, that was unfair and they did this and that, then the mother, because she's lazy and don't want to argue with the teacher, she says, oh, I guess they were right? Something like that. And you probably did something wrong, or you misunderstood that. And this is gaslighting constantly. Our intuition, our soul, you know, when we feel something is unjust or we feel something is not aligned, and then someone is constantly disrupting that. And see, this is also sacral chakra here. This is totally the emotionally disconnect, being gaslit through adults here. But they found that back, right? They realigned there. They got that now. And so they are over the solar plexus, and the solar plexus is a very, very strong block. And I'm glad we are there, because remember, we started with the Empress. Let me get the deck. Where's the deck? I just had a little coffee and I saw this wanted to come out, and I got a kind of an insight on this reading, but I already forgot it again. So interesting. Maybe it will come up in a minute, but I'm not waiting for it. Now I want to look underneath the deck. 7 of Wands, Queen of Pentacles. That's good. That's you. And that 7 of Cups. 7 surrounding you. Really high energy, right? Very good, very good. And the whole Empress being the topic of the reading, you know, solar plexus energy, that's where abundance birth sparks, right? Because abundance, that comes from passionate, joyful, that's the source, that's the fuel for the sharing then. Because, you know, the heart space, that's where you are at here. This is where you have also find new fertility of mind or body. And this is what's in the middle of kind of you, right? Because though that's all about their blocks overcoming, this is very much internal and family past accumulated thing, and this is emotions, so very much related to you, and this is doing, or the motivation why they want to do. And that's what they want to do, by the way, building 10 of Pentacles and creating their own world abundantly. I have channeled that I have to do a reading about abundance, and this totally relates here, will pick us up here, I feel, to help us kickstart whatever new form of creativity wants to be birthed, right? Because that's abundance. And for you, focusing on that, that's super healthy, I feel, and reconnecting even with primordial forces. And so we do have 2 energies speaking of higher realms, and then, you know, like God, the pantheon protecting you, and we literally do have a pantheon here, like the whole deck is a pantheon, right? And then, yeah, the alignment here. So, and I love that guidance here so much. Gain unity through reconnecting to source, because that goes very well hand in hand with find new fertility of mind or body. Because when we reconnect to source, like diving into the ocean, then we get that out there. And so this is kind of the guidance for you, I feel, right? And I am called to take out this angel deck. Hermes told me that. For maybe further guidance. Let's see what comes out. Okay, thanks. I like that one. Okay, I will go into that in a second. Let me just see. 333. Wow. Yeah. Okay, that's too many for me, but I understand. Yeah, it's this one, so it was the one underneath. Nice. Okay, Melchizedek. Where can we place you? And this is so... This is literally like reconnecting with source. Can you see that? Like tuning into the all again and then creating a new rainbow, which transmutes the old. Now I understand. Creating a new transmutes the old, guys. So, and this is Gabriel. So we do have two very powerful angels here. angels. So maybe that's you and them even. I mean, Gabriel, that's the connection to the water here. That's... Gabriel is connected to the moon, to the water. And... Melchizedek, that's really literally a King of Kings energy. That's elder. Guardianship, like founders of there is something, you know, you can look that up, Order of Melchizedek, or you know, I don't know what you know and what you want to know. It's up to you to tune in there or not. But this is like, he's kind of the father of the zodiac and the father of, he also rules, you know, the violet ray, crown chakra energy. It's divine father energy. So it's, if we would read the devil card in the most positive sense, that would be that in tarot, because the devil, that's also divine father energy. There is a link to the crown chakra and it's in the astral, so it speaks about all forms of us in different timelines, kind of. And I'm getting that with Melchizedek right here, right now, that it's all about the interconnectedness of the multiverse, you know. And with Gabriel here, I feel that's what cleansed over here, you know, here. I want to put it right here, actually, like in the water here, healing with like a sword, right? Like a light sword. And see, I also was drawn to take that out. So I feel this is so your energy coming here, you know, cleansing their underworld, kind of. And so it is like it is, you know, they need your energy to purify their underworld, and you also need their energy. It's the rainbow blessings, it's the giving, you know, the birthing of the new, the reconnecting with source. I love it also with the violet flame a little bit in there. It's what I guess I said that before, when we birth the new, we transmute the old. This is totally what Melchizedek is bringing in here right now. So nice. Yeah. And I remembered what I forgot before right now. So I am filming that at the Ice Saints dates. And with the runes here, I was drawn to that they have not only the 3 Ice Saints, where the names vary from culture to culture, but it's kind of 3 male figures bringing in the last storms, you know, before it's all cleansed, before the world can blossom anew here with before we reconnect to this. This also totally is May energy for me, and 10 of Pentacles also, because that's all the visible birth materialized, right, on earth. It's that very pentacle which comes out of the ocean here every spring anew in this world, like crazy, right? I mean, depending where we live, but yeah, I live in Europe, where we have all 4 seasons very kind of even. And where was I? Yeah, and in the Scandinavian tradition, there is also a queen, an ice queen there, and it's called called the Cold Sophia. It's the 15th of May. And yeah, I was reminded to that because of her here. Like, it's one thing to have a very strict father, but then I can tell it's another thing to have a super cold mother, right? Because everyone expects the mother to be nurturing, and it brings in so much friction if the very person where everyone expects she have your back, but they don't, right? They don't. And of course, you know, they carry their own story. And if we have it like in this constellation where it's like, listen to what your father said, that wasn't at my place like that, but here it is, like, listen to, father has, you know, he has the trousers on, like he's the ruler here. And it's like she has to align with that, because otherwise her stand would be, of course, at strike, right? And so it's still not okay, lady over there, to kind of sacrifice the child because of your better standing, right? This is totally still not good. And there are, you know, in these unhealthy family situations, there are very often highly loving women literally sacrificing themselves so that the kids don't get, you know, stunted, hurt, or whatever. But there is a thing with the numbness and the ice queen, we have it here also, it's indifference, what I'm feeling, right? Indifference. And the indifference comes from a frozen heart space. And being the Empress, the overall theme, I feel your person was living, existing in a frozen heart space, like a frozen, you know, Empress area, like solar plexus, frozen womb. And a woman who cannot stand up next to, I don't even want to say against. Ooh, candle is out. Yeah, let's make a new one and see how wonderful that goes. Group 1, group 2, and now bursting the Empress. Yeah, so nice. Yeah, solar plexus energy. And I chose them. Oh yeah, they are called longing. I don't know the English word. It's longing for the world. It's literally, wow. I didn't mention that, of course, in the other readings. Let me look that up. It's called wanderlust. Like when we want to go out in the world. In my country, it has a very melancholy undertone. So it's like really we long for what's far away because we cannot reach it. So this is what I'm feeling here. We long for that world over there because we cannot reach it. And in my childhood, I always, you know, would see like other families when we were, I don't know, at the beach or whatever. And for me, that was like, oh, looking into the world of normal people. 111 regular, like real people, you know. And I felt at my place that wasn't like how it should be. It wasn't real in a way. It wasn't, and see, because we weren't really living. So, and my father was totally different. So this is not my story, but this is your personal story, right? So, yeah, restricted. And hands up, that's also a totally heavily gesture for, you know, being bound, slavery thing. And we can heal a lot of traumas, by the way, through physical contact, like tantric healing, I want to say. So with that here and showing up like that again, it's like literally like giving themselves in a way. See, you have to watch out for that. This is when they open themselves up like that and putting even their arms there, might be, you know, past life things imprinted there, but also it's a gesture of, you know, with the wolves again, they would throw themselves like that to literally show their submission, you know, to the other alpha. Ooh, I don't like that, because here's a lot stored like that, what I don't like. But it's really in the sense of the flame, 9 of Wands, wounded warrior, yes, but also, yes, we are holding on to ourselves, like no matter what. Like if you hang me on the cross or not, I'm still myself, right? And I still, it's about getting compromised or not. And I spoke about that she here was compromised a lot. Like the mother figure, the empress, was compromised. So your person grew up in a compromised womb. You must know that. It's like they are the seed here, but the shell was compromised. Okay, so the shell wasn't building the right structure, but a false one. And it's your job and your connection to break free out of that shell, of course, and open that up, you know, through reconnecting to source and birthing something totally new, like a totally new life, like based on your own frequencies. And your own frequencies, they are like the full spectrum here, right? This is also right now giving me here peacock, like divine masculine unfolding, and we have that all over the place with the heart space. So yeah, so but just be aware and do not let them, you know, submit in that way. Do not allow that, because that's not what you want, right? You don't want someone, you are not an ice queen, I guess. So you wouldn't want anyone to be submissive, right? I don't think so. So yeah, they kind of seemingly expect that. That's all there is, I guess. Maybe they think relationships are like that. We do have to submit or something. Wow, crazy, crazy. Let me ask, actually, I will let you go in a second, but this kind of triggers me a little bit here. I think you too. Okay, so we do have the rider here. So they want, right? They are, I mean, we can't expect the cards to always fall perfectly, but it literally came out like this. But this block here, I mean, in this war zone, they can't move, right? Because they are busy fighting with the ship. And so when they are, you know, totally out of the fighting and they have aligned the energies here, then the horse will move, I guess. And 2 cards were falling out also. This is isolation. And this is the moon. Here she is confirming, yes, that's the Empress energy we spoke about right now. Like inside of that tower, their wand kind of had to be compressed and submit. See how great images are? I'm so glad we draw that. That's the mother energy, right? That's why they are like that. Whenever you see them kind of shrink and make themselves small and try to fit into what you might want, that's because they are really afraid of being harshly restricted, okay? Because they grew up in a situation where they were literally formed in a box, and that can be through every mindset put around, like also school and all that, because that adds to the mother energy, you know. That's 1717. So yeah, it's by heavenly design, because they can, because that's literally the concrete they want to burst out of. Then see, this is bursting now out of the concrete, like bursting through wow. So this is literally the ignition of the wound here. And this then bursts. And it's a real tower moment, like a real tower. Everything, and what they will burst away is their whole surroundings here, all these upbringings. That home energy, that indifference, that isolated feeling, that loneliness. I need to get out of that energy. And then, of course, the horse is there, right? Of course, we see it right here. Of course. They will jump right there. And oh, yeah, I guess it should be an upright, because that's also 9 of Cups, and they are in 9 of Cups energy. So totally, at least preparing, you know, getting the saddle ready to go on the fresh start. And yeah, I mean, hello. It's like, hello. Pop-up. Do you know these pop-up books? It's so nice when you can get something out there and then it's like, hello. It's, yeah, so one day or the other, you know, they will just pop up and they would be like, hello, I'm here. And they would be afraid, and they would kind of act, that's interesting. So you might think like, well, that's indifference from their side, or that's too little, too, you know, too little words maybe, you know, very short message, very, just a little bit. And you're like, what? That does not even sound as if they are really interested. But that's, we say, you know, it's testing the waters, but it's more. In their sense, it's more than testing the waters, because they literally need to kind of tip just a toe, test the air, because they literally are afraid to be cut down. Like literally to be cut down in pieces and be restricted. And they do carry very harsh experiences. Maybe even a past life with that kind of thing, right? Can't speak about that, of course. But yeah, so they have a lot kind of with the sacrificing stuff and slavery and there's a lot what they are transmuting. And Melchizedek, Violet Flame, yes, because they can, because they are strong enough to transmute that. Someone has to do that, right? It's cleansing the subconscious of the world. It's ascending Mother Gaia. That's the purpose when we take on these journeys. It's to transmute the dark energies and to bring in again the clarity, this pure source, right? So you too, you're doing a great job here, by the way. I hope you know that. It's a big purpose, right? It's a big purpose. We have to, you know, see it from that perspective, I feel, and compliment you and your person here for the great work you are doing. So it's all about really transmuting these dense energies, these, and cleansing. It's like cutting a movie, cutting all these dark things out, right? Collective consciousness. I mean subconsciousness, right? And that's in the maternal line. And so they had to, yes, I guess they literally chose this mother to be connected to specific stored, you know, on a cellular level, to connect there to this dark mother energy, this ice queen, dark Sophianic, right? It's destructive, it's restrictive, it's harsh, and they chose that. Okay, are we ready? I still feel like as if I'm running a marathon, you know. I want to have something else for you, because I don't know, you must feel kind of, oh, that's a lot, guys. Magic prayer, okay. 3 cards coming out. Magic prayer out of the ocean here. Magic stream. Wow. And the mountain. Wow. Wow. That's great. That's exactly what we needed here. It's just confirming, you know, you are cleansing the stream because you shine the light here. This is totally accumulated past here. And tuning into the mountain, you know, I want to read that intuitively right now. So everything what wasn't released before, you know, old timelines. I also was drawn to ancient Egypt while I was having a little break in between this reading. So yeah, and yeah, literally it's about kingdoms being built and destroyed and carrying the rests of the karma. And there are, of course, also some crazy, where it was normal, you know, to sacrifice. It's just how it is. Ooh, now I placed the light right here. Isn't that nice? Yes. That's with a 𝙗𝙬𝙧𝙀 deck, reconnect to source energy. Wonderful. And these two go, of course, totally together. Like the magic stream. 18 even, like the moon card, yeah. And I want to leave it like that with Gabriel, right? It's totally perfectly. And the magic prayer, yeah. And see how this is also prayer energy, in a way. The two swords in alignment, direct to the heaven. Love that. We had a lot with that, right? With the piercing through energy. I guess I mentioned that, yes. Okay. Yeah. I mean, see your energy over here. It's literally like as if you are their magic prayer, right? Totally. You're their wish fulfillment. I mean, it's like cornucopia. It's, yeah. What can I say? Ask them themselves. Ooh, let's ask them. What do they want to specifically say to you? Ah, I like it. It's a light message. And one we not get often. You you are the abundance I was starving for all my life. I'm so grateful that you... What? Ah, okay. So that's for you as outro message, okay? You are the abundance I was starving for all my life. I am so grateful that you are. Here. Magic prayer, magic stream. That's you. That's you. 10 of Pentacles, the world. Beautiful world, by the way. Cornucopia. And Barakiel, even angel of blessings. That's the one who is pouring in all the blessings. And when you see rose petals, he's near, or they are here. So it's a high frequency, so there's no gender. Or let's say it like that, the archangels, they are twin flames, right? So they are both, they have both genders. And they come in as a couple and work together with frequencies that are pretty much complementing each other, of course. So, yeah. For example, Michael and Faith. And yeah, so it's, of course, you know, the feminine, the divine feminine is pretty much erased. And that's why even, you know, there is a stream of bitterness and darkness in the feminine. So it's valid, right? These dark energies, entities, I wanted to say. It's valid that the dark entities could attach there because, yeah, there were wounds, right? And so your person kind of took that on, I guess, also to cleanse, maybe to do ancestral healing there and to bring in wisdom in that specific family line, shine the light on the accumulated mountain of, I wanted to say mental disease, so, but I mean like dis-ease, like, you know, dis-ease, like restrictions and wrongdoings and all that, and to literally shatter that. And this creates a huge ripple effect, of course, all over the world. As I said, collective subconsciousness, and we all work in different streams, and you both kind of connect to one stream where you literally pour in the blessings and that's the way it should be done. Like, this comes from you. It's like you are the waterfall, right? It's like, this is how it should be done. This is how we create the Empress space. And they come in with this negative experience, and both can kind of stream together and be cleared out, right? So just so you know, this is kind of your purpose. This is how you do it. This, yeah. I mean, Michael and faith, right? We must have faith to believe that we are safe, right? So it's a necessity, the two together. And so you together, it's a kind of a necessity. Your energies together they make sense, you know. Together you make sense. I feel that. So now I want to say goodbye, and I hope you have already left me a like and a subscribe, and I would love to read for you again because this is very interesting. I was intensely intrigued, and I needed to share some things. I don't like that, but it is how it is. And I trust you with my authenticity, because obviously in that space, who could not trust you, right? The energy you bring to the table, it's like a healthy shell, so I feel completely safe, carried in your field. So yeah, if you want to say hi in the comment, I totally appreciate that. But if you don't want to take the time, it's, I don't know, do your own thing. Do what you need to do. I'm here anyway, and I feel that sounded toxic. So that sounded a little bit like too much, that energy, right? So of course, leave me a comment, please. I love you very much, and I hope I see you soon. Bye bye.